Testing 1, 2, 3. Let us pray. Good morning. Father God, we thank you for this day that thou hast made. My God, you give us life. You provide food. Father, you give us opportunity, God, to enjoy this blessed morning and this wonderful day, the day that thou hast made. Father, as our leaders come together once again to discuss issues in regards to the COVID-19 increase of cases, my God, may better head prevail today. They are the people that are responsible to keep this country safe. Father, continue to give them knowledge, that courage to work it out, God. Father, I pray for our leader of the opposition, Honorable Johnny Briceño, God, and his ministers. Strengthen them, God, and give them that courage to continue to work together as we all team up, God, and we pray for our Prime Minister, Honorable Dean Barrow, and his ministers. Father, even the Speaker of the House, Ms. Laura Langsworth, Father, may this day bring something good, because we know we have an increase of cases. But God, you say, if you be for we, then nobody can be against we. Father, as they continue to go through this day, keep them safe. And we ask for guidance over our people in Jesus' name. Amen.
Statement by Minister.
Good morning. I call on the Honorable Minister of Health.
Speaker, the Ministry of Health would like to acknowledge the effort of the government of Belize, the healthcare professionals, and other frontline workers. The success so thus far is also accredited to the efforts of the community. However, over the past weeks, it was heartbreaking to see the irresponsible behavior of members of the community. For example, person not wearing a face covering, mask, or even adhering to the physical distancing while socializing. Madam Speaker, I think everybody can see Facebook and can see the amount of people in bars, partying, pool parties, going to the keys, all gathering together without wearing the face mask, like I mentioned, social distancing. It is heartbreaking to see this, Madam Speaker. Even though the government of Belize has been working hard to ensure the safety of the population and control the pandemic, the relaxed behavior of the Belizean population undermines this effort. If this behavior continues, the effects can be devastating, with our health system being challenged similarly to our neighboring countries, which are presently in the state of emergency and collapse. The number in Otonte Blanco, Chetumal, Mexico, and Guatemala continue to increase drastically, as well as the mortality rates. Madam Speaker, in order for the Belize survival, success in this pandemic, it has to be a multi-sectorial and community effort. Therefore, I plead to the Belizean people to continue to practice responsible behavior, hand washing regularly, physical distancing, face covering, masks at all times in public, and wearing them properly, covering both nose and mouth. To this end, I would like to acknowledge the support from the national and international stakeholders that have donated to the national COVID-19 public health response. Madam Speaker, again, we have seen the tremendous effect that this is doing across other countries. with all donations, with all finance that you have, those health systems are collapsing. Those people are dying out there. It is something that can happen to our Belizean people. And I plead to every area representative, every minister here, to talk to their constituency. Let us work together, because if we continue to do this, people are going to die. It is hard to say, it is sad to say, but I see that the effect, or people haven't feel this yet in Belize. We can see as soon as a case come out, Madam Speaker, everybody start to panic, start to run to the Ministry of Health. They want their swab, they want their test being done, and they want it immediately. If we adhere to the recommendations of the Ministry of Health, this won't need to be happening. If people don't continue to do their parting and be in an outraged mood, this won't happen, Madam Speaker. People are dying out there in other countries. The health system is overwhelmed. And I have to repeat it over and over, because our people are not seeing the reality of this pandemic. I plead again, and yes, we have to give thanks to all our healthcare providers, all the frontliners, but we have to do what we have to do. And I heard our friend on the other side from Orange Rock mention last house meeting that it is bad for us to do a lockdown. If we don't do a lockdown, the entire country will be at risk. And there are things that we have to do to protect our Belizean people, and we will do that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, and may God bless and protect our beautiful country of Belize.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Labor, Local Government, Rural Development, Energy, Public Utilities, Public Service, and Elections and Boundaries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the duties of immigrants entering Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. This and the other bills that follow, except for the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill, is to provide the legal footing under the parent acts so that we might be able to draft statutory instruments that will actually provide for the fixing in place of the various protocols that we require as school is poised to reopen and as we're set to reopen the Philip Goulston International Airport. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the duties of immigrant entering.
In favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 229.03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to promote the development of the legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce, to better facilitate electronic filing of documents with public bodies, and to promote efficient delivery by public bodies of services by means of reliable electronic records, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Electronic Transaction Act, Chapter 229.03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to promote the development of legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce, to better facilitate electronic filing of documents with public bodies, and to promote efficient delivery by public bodies of services by means of reliable electronic records, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, yes, certainly.
Madam Speaker, we have no problem in supporting the governments and the other bills that they want to pass it all in one sitting, but I see no urgency with this electronic transaction amendment bill that they want to do. I think it would be important if they can give an opportunity to the private sector and other people to come to the House Committee and express their concerns or recommendations on how they could make the proposed bill even better.
Madam Speaker, again, this is part of the effort generally to digitize. It's related to as well, though not a direct outgrowth of what we're doing in terms of the international financial offshore sector. It's straightforward. The leader of the opposition himself is one who tries to act as a whip and spur in terms of the need for us to get business continuity and business recovery in the proper shape. This is all part of that, and I really don't see that there's any need. It's something that all of us support, and I don't see the need for us to wait in terms of what is happening and the need to stimulate, not just to stimulate business, but in the need to ensure that there is a greater ease of business at this time than there has ever been before. It does strike me that it is urgent, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the Minister to make regulations in the interest of public safety, public order, and public health if there is the threat or outbreak of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to provide for the Minister to make regulation in the interest of public safety, public order, and public health if there is the threat or outbreak of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation. Is that? You'll do that.
Sorry, I made a mistake.
Okay.
Really should have been-
Okay. Tourism and Civil Aviation.
Madam Speaker, I move that in accordance with Standing Order number 49, the next stages of the bill
Yeah.
be taken forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health. The Quarantine Amendment Bill.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill entitled Quarantine Amendment Bill 2020. Bill for an Act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the Minister to declare the whole or any part of Belize to be an area inflicted by or under the threat of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the Minister to declare the whole or any part of Belize to be an area inflicted by or under the threat of infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable Minister of Health. It is next on the pages.
And on. In accordance with Standing Order number 49, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye.
I move whereas Section 18(2) of the Belize Constitution provides that the Governor General may, by proclamation which shall be published in the Gazette, declare that a state of public emergency exists for purposes of Part 2 of the Constitution, and whereas Section 18(3) of the Belize Constitution provides that in order to have effect, the proclamation must contain a declaration of the Governor General that he is satisfied that a public emergency has arisen as a result of action having been taken or being immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas Section 18(4) of the Belize Constitution provides that a proclamation made under Section 18(2) may be made so as to apply only to such part of Belize as may be specified in the proclamation. And whereas Section 18(5) of the Belize Constitution provides that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with Section 18 of the Constitution shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for a period not exceeding 1 month, but may be extended from time to time by a resolution passed by the National Assembly for further periods not exceeding in respect of each such extension a period of 12 months, and may be revoked at any time by a resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas, having been satisfied that a public emergency has arisen in the part of Belize consisting of the part of the city, Belize City, known as the South Side, as a result of action having been taken or being immediately threatened by a body of persons of such a nature and so extensive and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety, the Governor General, by proclamation made on the 6th day of July 2020, by statutory instrument number 97 of 2020, declared on the 7th day of July 2020 that a state of public emergency exists in the part of Belize consisting of that part of Belize City known as the South Side, at which is specified in the schedule thereto, and that the proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for a period not exceeding 1 month, or such longer period not exceeding 12 months, as may be determined by resolution passed by the National Assembly. And whereas, recognizing that the period of public emergency shall expire at the end of day on the 6th day of August 2020, and being satisfied that a period of public emergency persists on the part of Belize, or in that part of Belize consisting of the part of Belize City known as the South Side, and which is specified in the schedule to statutory instrument number 97 of 2020. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that a period of public emergency persists in the part of Belize consisting of the part of Belize City known as the South Side, as specified in the schedule to statutory instrument 97 of 2020, hereby extends the period of public emergency in that part of Belize consisting of the part of Belize City known as the South Side, as specified in the schedule to statutory instrument 97 of 2020, for a further period of 2 months. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable member from Freetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to really place on the record of the House 2 very brief comments or points, really for the purposes of confirming our united commitment to guard jealously the fundamental rights and freedoms of the people we serve. The first point is that a declaration of this nature, a declaration of a state of public emergency, was never intended to be used arbitrarily or reflexively as a response to rising crime or fighting crime. So these declarations of public emergency must always be used very sparingly and never done lightly, done lightly, because we are dealing with the fundamental rights and freedoms of people. So there must be proper justification, proper support for doing so. The very motion says, as the Right Honourable Prime Minister read, having been satisfied that a public emergency had arisen in a part of Belize consisting of the part of Belize City known as the South Side, as a result of action having been taken or being immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. So that itself is telling you that there is a high standard, a high bar for the declaration of these emergencies. So I think we must place on the record that critically important point, that we must never do these things reflexively, as I said, or arbitrarily. There must be strong evidence of the need for this type of public declaration. And second point, Madam Speaker, is, as I said earlier, even when we support these initiatives, we have to add the caveat that we want to ensure that our security forces and those who are responsible for the execution and implementation of these declarations and public emergencies, that they understand that this is no license to abuse people. This is no permit to arbitrarily or improperly, abuse and really violate any rights or freedoms that our people enjoy. We understand that there is a need to fight crime, and when it rears its ugly head, we need to beat it down. We understand that. But in the process of doing that, we must always jealously guard the fundamental rights and freedoms of our people, and our security officers who are on the front line of this, taking on this responsibility, must understand that they have a duty, a sacred duty and obligation to protect the rights of these citizens that live in these public emergency areas. So I just wanted to make those two points, Madam Speaker, for the record. Not that we are opposed to the declaration, but we want to add those caveats and place on the record our position on the matter.
Honorable Minister.
Could I add my contribution to this debate? Madam Speaker, the south side of Belize City is where, in fact, my constituency exists. I am from the Pixoc division, which is south side Belize City. And after being in government for 12 and a half years, it is certainly a matter of tremendous embarrassment to me personally that, in fact, we have to be detaining the youth of Southside Belize City. The truth is that when we got into office 12 and a half years ago, the kids who are now giving trouble would have been 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old. Actually, they are our children. And they are the children that we had a responsibility to look after and to care for and to ensure that they did not become curses to us rather than blessings. In all the developed countries, Madam Speaker, the youth, the children, are in fact the most precious resource. When you look at countries like Singapore, or when you look at countries like Japan, when you look at countries like Taiwan, or even countries like Cuba, you find that the youth are in fact the people who have conduced to the wealth of those countries and who have created those countries and have made them first world countries, because those are countries have no resources. Singapore has no resources. Japan has no natural resources. But they are first world countries. Belize has abundant natural resources and a tiny population compared to those countries. And I find it incredible that, in fact, we are held hostage by a very few, small percentage of our own children. They didn't come from ours. They come from our own children, our own society, our own families. And the question I say to myself is that, why is this so? Why is this so? And as I move through my constituency, Madam Speaker, I walk all the time in the Pixoc constituency. I pass homes and areas where young men are congregated. They have nothing to do. They have no skill, they have no job, and they have no direction. Absolutely frightening. That is the males. With respect to the females, they are dressed up, very scantily dressed, and walking the streets, hustling, as we say. In places like Netherlands, they put them in showcases. But that is what our young people are reduced to. I remember, Madam Speaker, when I was growing up as a young boy, those young people were going to school. In the colonial days, I never saw gangs and people hanging out and the like. In the colonial days, under the colonial masters, everybody was in school. I like to say, Madam Speaker, that I was particularly impressed by the treatment of the young ladies because, as you know, the nursing school was not far from my home, and I used to watch the nurses go so nicely dressed in their little uniforms and their little badges, sometimes look like corporal, lance corporal, sergeant, very nicely dressed. They go to school. So what has happened between then and now to cause us to find it necessary to declare states of emergency? And states of emergency cannot be the norm. It has to be the exception, as the minister from Freetown was pointing out. And states of emergency is not going to get rid of the problem. It's a palliative at the very most. When the state of emergency is over, what happens? They come out of the detention and then they start to wreak havoc in the country. Start the killings and murderings, and nobody is safe. Everybody is terrified. This has been going on for too long. But I have not seen, Madam Speaker, any proposal or project come forward to treat with the real root cause of the problem. The root cause of the problem is poverty. The root cause of the problem is ignorance. The root cause of the problem is absence of capacity. And to treat with this problem properly, if we don't have to be coming back here over and over to impose states of emergency, we have to find a final solution to the problem. And that final solution to the problem, Madam Speaker, in my honest opinion, I'm no expert at anything. It is just that these are issues that concern me greatly. We have to find out what is happening in the homes. How is it that a child who after 9 months is born, a little innocent baby, and in 10, 12 years that baby becomes a monster? What has happened in that child's family to create a monster between the ages of infancy and that of 10, 11, 12 years? It has to be some failure, Madam Speaker, on the part of the society. It has to be some failure, Madam Speaker, on the part of government. Because it is our responsibility to make sure that those children are well cared for and looked after. In many cases, particularly in my case, my children are at school. My children are at home. My children are getting the best attention and care that I can provide for them. But, Madam Speaker, unless all our children get that, unless all our children get that kind of care and attention, we are going to be held hostage by our own children. So that the absolute important position for us is to find out how can we come up with a project to deal with these kinds of problems. I had floated over the years, it's not something that I'm just coming up with. I had floated over the years, Madam, the idea of coming up with what I call a National Youth Service Corps. A National Youth Service Corps, where we would take all the kids above the age of 14 to 40 or 14 to 25, and put them in a comprehensive program for a period of 3 or 4 years so that they can be educated, trained, disciplined, and so that we can have good citizens coming out of that thing. And I did not come up with that idea out of the thin air. I came up with that idea after noticing what was done in Taiwan, after noticing what was done in Singapore, after noticing what was done in Israel. And by coincidence, Madam Speaker, only last week I'm listening to Al Jazeera, I mean Fox News, and there is this announcer, man named Steve Hilton. He used to be a former advisor to Cameron, Prime Minister Cameron. And I heard him say the same thing. The United States needs to come up with a national volunteer corps where we could encompass all the young people who are unemployed, who are misdirected, and help to train, guide, and direct them. So, Madam Speaker, what I would like to see is that when we bring up motion to this effect. We also have along with it a comprehensive proposal to borrow the requisite funding that is needed to change the reality of these people. Because if you keep doing the same thing over and over and getting the same result, that is the actions of a crazy man. We have to come up with a good package which is going to provide for training for mothers so that the mothers and the fathers can properly train their kids. We know for a long time that our children, our males are not going to school. We know for some time now that the males are not going to school and only the girls are in school. And we have done nothing about it. But if you don't do anything about it, then these people are going to create problems. They are our children, but we have to make sure that they are properly treated. And they have a right to proper treatment. So what, to my mind, is required is that we have a comprehensive package that is going to provide education and training for these people for a sufficiently long period of time that when they come out, they are able to discharge their functions as citizens of the society rather than as menaces to the society, because really now they are menaces to the society. We acknowledge they are menaces to the society by our actions here in this house today. But we have to convert them into good citizens, and there is nothing fundamentally wrong with them. They are just like my children. I am from the South Side. I represent the South Side. I am in their homes every day. I know them personally. And they are no different from anybody else, except that they have not gotten the TLC, that tender loving care that we tend to give to our children, but don't give to them. So, Madam Speaker, to my mind, there can be nothing more important at this point in time, nothing more important at this point in time, than serious measures taken to transform the lot of our people. That is the reason why we wanted independence, because we wanted to make Belizeans first. The truth is, 37 years after independence, most Belizeans are third and fourth, fifth, sixth. Everybody else is doing better than us. The average Belizean boy and the average Belizean girl, they can't come up with 50 cents as we speak. Can't find job. Don't have skill. Can't read, can't write, can't compute. After 37 years of independence. Clearly, we have failed them. Clearly, we have failed them. And so, while with tremendous reluctance, I support a motion like this, as part of the cabinet, I'm responsible for supporting the motion. And we have got to keep the society safe, but it is not with any kind of pleasure. It was with very great loathing. What I would want to see, Madam Speaker, is a robust piece of legislation that is going to change the reality of the Belizean boy and the Belizean girl on the south side of Belize, that is going to give those children a chance to go to schools where they are stimulated rather than discouraged, where they are educated rather than they are miseducated, and where they are able to go further to become independent, competent, capable nation builders. That is what we need. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Kaya South.
Madam Speaker, I was listening keenly to the member from Pickstock, and I'm really refraining myself to say what I really want to say, Madam Speaker, but talk is cheap. Madam Speaker, this gentleman, the member from Pickstock, sat in cabinet for the entire 12 years of his party's government, had all the power in his hand to make a difference, to invest, to do everything he's saying right now, Madam Speaker. And the time when he decides not to run, he's becoming sanctimonious. Hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, at its highest. Ridiculous, Madam Speaker. everything that he said should have been implemented in 2008. Not even, yeah, 2008, 12 years ago, Madam Speaker. They had money in the bank, they had power, they had access to millions and millions of dollars, Petrocarib being one, which is around $700 million and counting. They borrowed in the billions. He was in cabinet, Madam Speaker, one of the most powerful ministers in the UDP government coming out from the south side. The Prime Minister, the most powerful man in politics from 2008 to now, is also representing a seat from the south side. The senior minister, Finnegan, the member from Mesopotamia, I know, I deal with him. The future or leader-elect that they don't even want to put in the seat that he deserves to be comes from the south side. They have no excuse, Madam Speaker. All the money and all the budgets that have been allocated was for the south side. And now, because you know I run again, you want to try paint this whole picture as to what should have been done, when we all know that the reason the crime is in the south side is because there's no opportunity given to the residents there. The same residents that voted these gentlemen in to be able to protect them and serve them, Madam Speaker. I could complain because I've been in the House for 8 years and they have never given any assistance to the people of the rural communities, Kaya South being an example. So I have a right to complain. But they're not going to right, Madam Speaker. None of them over there spending the people's money, borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and put us in more in debt, and yet the same people that gave them their vote, the same people that look up to them or looked up to them, the same people that trusted their lives and their future, they have totally abandoned. What a shame, what hypocrisy. You know, got nothing good for say about that, Madam Speaker. And now they are coming with a draconian proposal. After they sit down with the drug dealers, after they cut deal with them, after they pay them. Madam Speaker, this is on national TV, I know me decide they negotiated, they paid them to do absolutely nothing. And now they are blaming the same people that they negotiated with. What has the South Side benefited from a UDP government? Explain that to me. How has the South Side of Belize City benefited under 12 years of a UDP totalitarian regime led by the Honorable Dean Barrow? I see how the Prime Minister gave the man on Ali Kotai card and I'm pissed off too. I would definitely be pissed off, Prime Minister, for make the man they talk to you in that way. When he was in cabinet, he was there, collective agreement. Every decision that is made there, he has to subscribe to it, or he would have been able to walk out as an honorable man. Now they try to play G1. Ridiculous, Madam Speaker. We should not tolerate this. The people of Belize have to look through that facade. It is a facade. It is hypocrisy at its highest. It is where good governance has absolutely not worked. It is when politicians, and that's why they don't like politicians, because it is only words that has no substance. Meaningless. 12 years. And now you tell me that you have to go put the police for how long, and putting the police as the people that's supposed to be doing their jobs now, Madam Speaker. Putting the police in a difficult situation because they failed, because the Prime Minister of Belize failed, because all the representatives of the South Side that were elected under the UDP failed. There is no other way we can put it, Madam Speaker. And yet, they will be going back, begging for the vote, and paying for the vote. You know the truth, Madam Speaker. I know you don't like hear the truth, but it gotta be told. Because even the UDPs that supported this government should be ashamed to raise their hand when they say UDP. All of you all, anybody that has supported the United Democratic Party should now be ashamed. Yes, Madam Speaker, bow our head down. Just like the PUP did. When we had our time to be ashamed. It is the supporters of the United Democratic Party, especially the ones in the South Side, that should be ashamed that they were led down this road based on lies. And you know why for them pick, they not got no problem, Madam Speaker? Because they reaping the benefits. I know, Madam Speaker, it hurt your heart. But they and their children have benefited the most. Madam Speaker.
Just leave me out of your discussion,
Yeah, Madam
please.
Speaker. I just because of the formality, I have to address you. But I know, I respect you, ma'am. I really do.
Out of your
but I respect
conversation.
the one who stand up, they try to pontify that, you know, oh, this is the way you need to do. Oh, this is the way it has to happen. Oh, this is the way it's supposed to happen. Well, goddamn, you made it there for 12 years, why I never say it then? Why did you not stand up to your party and say, you know something, their budget has to be done so that there is employment in the South Side, so that there is better education for my people in the South Side, so there's better health care. Why did you not say it then? You had all this time. But no, they keep their mouth quiet when the Petroca read me the roll. Remember when the Petroca read me the roll? Roll it, roll it. They were happy with it. They were happy paying for the votes. That's what they were doing, Madam Speaker. They were not doing anything to better the lives of the people that they represent. And that's a fact. I feel shamed for them. I am ashamed for them. Better has to come. If we form the government, Madam Speaker, we have to try to do better. Any party that forms the next government has to try to do better. Madam Speaker, I represent a rural community that doesn't get any access to the budget. And our people are also suffering. It is unfair, Madam Speaker, that a limited, I could count them on my hand, families in this country that are benefiting financially. Yes, you pick the all right minister because you make sure you're all right. You get scholarship, you got job, you got access, you got contact, you protect them and you love them. All of that is fine and dandy, but when you are a representative of people, your responsibility is to the people that voted for you. That's why the other day I made an honorable member from mess up and we made a chat. And the other one, they just stand up just now, come out and say, we want to do the talk about. Well, I don't know your business what we talk about. We try to figure out how to make this thing work.
Sounds so personal though.
It is personal, Madam Speaker. These people have wasted the resources of the people of Belize and they have not given it back. That's why we need an audit of the Petro-Carib funds and an audit of all the money that they have touched. And then you know, Madam Speaker, why it's personal. It is personal. I don't live in the South Side, but I have businesses in the South Side. I once lived in the South Side, and the South Side of Belize, in my heart, is no different from the North Side of Belize. In fact, it is no different from any part of Belize. The people are the same. We are Belizeans in heart, Madam Speaker. And you tell me that, what they call it now? Honorable member from Queen's, what the man said, demons, they call it? The little demons? What kind of ridiculous type of... You want to continue, Madam Speaker? Eat them out because tired of them. Tired of them. And they should be ashamed just by sitting in that chair over there being a representative from the South Side. You would be ashamed. That's why I don't got no problem with the member from myself, you know, Madam Speaker. I believe, all honesty, with all of his deficiencies, he represents his people fairly well. You know, try to play. You know, try to play like no smart man. You know, try to play like no academia. You know, try to play like no lawyer. When you want to lead lawyer, I think yes, the boss and the boss tell him what to say. And he cool with that. He is a man that represents the people. He has his own style, totally different from mine. But he not come across as this Pontius Pilate, you know what I mean? The man know he do wrong, so he shut up. Not like the next one where I want to play like this big bad wolf when he and my part of it, ate from it, benefited from it. I see the Prime Minister veins the raise when the man they talk. I say, what the hell is going on with this bally? What he say? I know he not get long, but I could feel for him because he in the cabinet for 12 years with the man. Just because the man now run again, I say, we're not good, we're not rotten, all I want not good, you know, should I do this, and that. That's how I feel, Madam Speaker. It is personal for me because we represent people and our people are not benefiting, and the people from Southside definitely are not benefiting from their leaders, and that they should be ashamed of. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Minister.
let me try to make a contribution to this debate. First of all, what is happening in the country of Belize is not isolated. It is happening in St. Kitts as I speak, in Trinidad and Tobago, in Jamaica, and in almost or all Caribbean countries. This phenomenon is happening. All governments in the Caribbean have tried everything in order to alleviate this problem. And this problem is so huge, so gigantic, it has taken all of us a time to get to the bottom of it. But I will assure the Belizean people that we of the Caribbean are resilient people. And no care how long it takes, Madam Speaker, that problem we in this region, our region, will alleviate. Madam Speaker, I go forward. The first world country, the United States, Israel, Germany, Spain, it is happening also in these first world countries. Look what is happening in Chicago. Crime has gone up in Chicago 139%. The same thing that is happening in Belize is happening in Chicago. It is happening in New York. It is happening in Texas. And it's happening in these big cities, these third world countries. All governments are doing their best to bring this thing to a hold, to a grip. Madam Speaker, there is pandemonium right now in the first world country of the United States. The President of the United States, Sir Donald Trump, believes that the local governments in New York, in Chicago, in Portland are not doing their best to bring about a solution to what is happening in those states. And without permission from the local authorities, the President of the United States is sending federal troops to deal with the situation because the local authorities cannot deal with them. So it's a thing that Belize is not an isolated situation. Belize is not an island that this is just happening in Belize. It is happening throughout the world with our young people. Madam Speaker, I listen to my friend, the member from Pickstock, and I believe that was exactly why the Samuel Haynes Institute of Arts and the big name where was built to arrest these problems that the country are facing. In a cabinet shop back there, them being furniture back there, then build coffin back there. There are schools back there where they lecture people and people go in there called teach and so to the children and so. There are libraries and everything back there. But apparently that has not helped the people in Pickstock. Apparently that has not helped. And it isn't my friend from Pickstock to be blamed for that. He has tried. He has tried with this big institute, this gargantuan institution that should have solved all the problems in Pickstock. The problem remains gargantuan. It remains. So it's not like the government is sitting this side and nobody is doing nothing and there are no programs and there are no initiatives. But what is important, Madam Speaker, the minister is retiring and there will be a new area representative for the Pickstock division. I don't know who the new area representative will be. I hope it will be the person that has asked me to manage his campaign. But, Madam Speaker, when that happens, I hope that whosoever is the new minister, that the keys for the Samuel Ains Art and Institution are passed over to the new area representatives. Just what we hopefully that will happen, and that good program that was started by the area representative for Pickstock division will be able to continue, because that's a lovely and good program that was started by the area representative for Pickstock. And I think that when a new area representative take over, whether it's from your side or our side, that the institution will be passed over to them so that the great work that is going on at the institution can continue and must continue, because the institution is a good institution. The program are good programs, but it don't help. It's not helping the way it should have helped. Now, see, my friend from Kaya South just said all of our children are benefiting. That is not necessarily true, sir. You try to raise your children the way they are to raise. I try to raise my children the way they are to raise. And still our children go out there and they drift away from the training we try to give to them. You cannot blame the parent when they try with their children. My friend from Freetown and I sit on opposite sides, but my friend from Freetown and I are personal friends. My son spent, I would want to say, most of his childhood life in my friend from Freetown home. He sleep there, he bathe there, he eat there, and you know what he called the member from Freetown over there? Uncle Francis. This is how we train our children. His children also frequent my home. We have never allowed politics to divide us and destroy our children. Am I correct? Member from Freetown? When my son went to the United States and joined the Air Force, the first thing he called and said, "Dad, please make Uncle Francis know that I'm in the Air Force." When my son conceived his first child, "Dad, could you kindly tell Uncle Francis that I got a baby?" This is how we raise with children. But although we raise our children, our girls sometimes shift and do things where we never teach them for do. Our boys shift and do things where we never teach them for do. Our boys pick up some bad habit, God, where we never teach them for do. Our girls move one side and pick up some worthless habits where we never teach them to do. But I want to disagree with something the member from Pixac said. That our girls out there are not bad girls. I resent that. Our girls are not evil girls. Our girls are good girls. Belizean women are good women. Belizean young girls are good girls. And Belizean girls are trying their best in order to cope with what is happening in our society. Madam Speaker, I will repeat, we must continue to do what we are doing and more in order to alleviate the problems that we face in this country with our young people. I will repeat again, the Samuel Ains Institute of Art or Art of Institute, whatever it is a good program. It is a mammoth idea. There is a lot of things going back there. But apparently, it is not helping in Pixac, and nobody say may happen overnight. But we are trying, and the Minister for Pixac is trying, and we are to congratulate the Minister for Pixac for trying. You say a lot of building at the Institute? Where a lot of building, they come from big building and building cost $1 million and $500,000 and $750,000. The member from Pixac is using, or he has used his good office as he should do for his area to accumulate all these things, and he has built them for the people of Pixac division, and I applaud him for that, and the people of Pixac will reward him for those things that he has done for them. All the foreign governments help. He's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he talks to his colleagues, and they will help him. And we should congratulate the area representative for that. That is what we should do as the area representative. We only just talk and criticize. Madam Speaker, in closing, we live, in closing, back to the point I was making. Say, my daughter just finished a master's degree in law, not paid for by no government of Belize, paid for by our family putting together. And you can't get a master's degree, or you can't get a degree if you're dumb. You have to get a brain, forget it. No come school and send you, and you don't got it, you don't get it. And let me tell you, further, you try to get money. When my daughter received her master's degree, my daughter not just get one master's degree, you remember? My daughter like you, my daughter gave master's degree with merit. With merit. All right? So, I agree with you that education is an important thing. Madam Speaker, the amount of money I have spent because of my colleague from College Division in the Mesopotamia Division over the last 12 years for education. That's no joke, Madam Speaker. I will not even give the hosts. In fact, we can go further. Madam Speaker, you know how much engineers during that 12 years we get out of Mesopotamia Division? How many lawyers we get out of Mesopotamia Division? How many we have got now how many people in the science areas out of Mesopotamia Division? Poor people, black people look like me. We come poor with degrees. I could boast that about Mesopotamia Division. And when I can't get the money where I want for the people in Mesopotamia division for education, I quarrel with my friend, the Minister of Education. I quarrel with him. And me and him hung up for that. Because all the money not going to collect division. Right? It's a Southside division. Some of that money will come to Mesopotamia division. And I am proud that I have been the area representative for Mesopotamia division, because you spoke about education, and I want to say how proud I am that the achievements we have made in education in that area, and I could not do it alone. I would have never able to do it without the Minister of Education, and I would have never been able to do it alone without the Prime Minister or my other colleagues. Madam Speaker, now in closing, just want to remind one and all that what we are faced with in Belize, it is not isolated. It is happening throughout the Caribbean, throughout Central America. It is happening in first world countries. It will take us a while to resolve the problems that does exist. But we in this region, we are resilient people. We in the world, we are smart, and we are also resilient people. And we will get a hold of what is happening in this country. I thank you very much, ma'am.
Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, really, it is really a sad day that one day after we celebrated Emancipation Day, that we are locking down Southside yet another time. In effect, we're restricting the movement of black people in the Southside. I think it would have been so much more exciting if the government would have come today, the day after Emancipation Day, to come up with a bold and exciting plan as to what is it that we're going to do to fight crime in the Southside. So, Madam Speaker, while we are not necessarily opposed to what the government is doing at this time, we certainly regret that it has come to this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
I say from the onset that I support the government's initiative to have this state of emergency, and I was not initially intending to stand and say anything. However, Madam Speaker, the direct launch, if you will, on the part of the opposition on the Southside representatives where this problem lies, of course, forces me to have to get up and make some remarks. Madam Speaker, I join wholeheartedly with the comments made by my colleague, the honorable member from Freetown, from Mesopotamia. But I also join with the comments made from Freetown because what my friend from Freetown was saying is that while we do this, we must still remember that there are fundamental rights in the Constitution of Belize, and that those citizens, even though we aim to try to protect our citizenry, they certainly deserve the protection of those rights, and so I join with him as well. But the member from Mesopotamia spoke, Madam Speaker, about this being a phenomenon not only occurring in Belize City, but occurring all over the world. Madam Speaker, in many countries, in fact, I would bet most countries where you have big cities or the largest cities in the countries, that those cities are riddled with crime and violence. Let me, for the record, Madam Speaker, make the point to my friends on that side. And I'm a Southside representative, so I know. I'm sure my friend from Lake Independence has the same experience because his constituency lies right beside mine, and the member from Port Loyola will have the same story because we are the constituencies on the south side that are on the periphery or on the outer end of the city as you leave the city and you go west. On the other side, it is the north side, so they don't apply to this argument. Lake Independence, Port Loyola, and Collet, Madam Speaker, face particular difficulties apart from the fact that we are big cities or we are part of the big city. Every single person from another district, Madam Speaker, who believes that Belize City is the commercial hub and wants to find a job, guess where they come? They come to Belize City. So when it is they paint this picture that in fact it is Belize City representation and leadership that has failed people, in fact, that is not an accurate description. In my constituency, in the extension areas, we have an entire population of people living over Crewman Lagoon, which we know is unsafe, which we know we can't put up electricity poles, we can't put in water lines because it is over the lagoon, which is a catchment area for waters in the area. And in fact, we've seen in the past where flooding has occurred, Madam Speaker, and lives have been endangered. And all we say, don't go and live there, don't go and live there. People come. They come, Madam Speaker, because people are looking for a better way of life. And as I travel the country as the new leader-elect of this party, Madam Speaker, I see similar situations arising all over the country. The member from Toledo East will tell you that in Bella Vista, situations are running over. In fact, in that entire Banana Belt area, situations are running over because that is where the jobs are in the banana industry and people flock there to work. My friend, the Minister of Tourism and Area Representative from Belize Rural Central will tell you that when tourism is booming, people come from all over to look for jobs. That creates problems in his constituency in San Pedro and Kikaka even, because people come looking for jobs. So the overpopulation and the press on the resources and the problems that get created are not limited to the city itself, but Belize City, Madam Speaker, is the commercial hub. What they will not mention on the other side is that Belize is also smack in the middle of the drug trade of the world, Madam Speaker, the largest drug trade in the world. They will not tell you that our people are in problems because of this, and this is what causes much of the crime as it relates to gangs, as it relates to the murders in Belize City. Many of them are gang and drug related, Madam Speaker. They will not mention that Belize is the closest country in terms of proximity to the good old United States that originated all of these issues with gangs. So how is it that you blame, Madam Speaker, the Southside representatives? But they do this, Madam Speaker, because it is a direct attack on, and it's smart for them politically, it's very smart. They want to get inside of the love, if you will, Madam Speaker, that exists between the representatives on the South Side and the people of those South Side constituencies. It is love. You can't get involved with that. You would love, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, to get into the minds of the people of Collet, and I see your candidate desperately trying to fix streets. Well, that is the job of the City Council. We were thanking God they finally realized that they have to fix some streets in our constituency. They want to get into that relationship, Madam Speaker. It is by no accident that the people of the South Side vote religiously for the United Democratic Party. You ain't gonna crack that. You ain't going to get involved in the relationship that exists in Queen Square, Madam Speaker, for our Prime Minister and Party Leader, and now Sister Denise Barrow. You ain't going to get involved, you ain't going to crack the relationship that exists with my friend, the representative from Albert, and the people of the Albert constituency that is long-standing. You ain't going to crack the relationship that exists in Port Loyola, Madam Speaker, between my friend, the honorable member who is now aspiring for Pickstock apparently, but has left good and capable hands in the person of Mr. Philip Willoughby. You ain't going to get in the way of that. You ain't going to get in the way of Mesopotamia's love for Michael Finnegan, Madam Speaker, and for the upcoming young Mr. Shine Barrio. You ain't going to get involved with that. You cannot come between that no matter how much. And I will dare to say that the relationship that my friend from Lekai, it's a kind of opposite love and relationship, because he has a relationship with the people of his constituency. That is why these people vote. These people understand, Madam Speaker, that there are certain hardships that are going to be there because of where we are, because we are in the middle of the drug trade, because, Madam Speaker, we are a society that takes in all that comes from other parts of the country. And then, Madam Speaker, they speak about the lack of resources and the lack of input on the part of this government on the South Side. Well, let me tell them. All of you have said it. Your friend from Kayo South got up and spoke about the same kind of neglect. And as I see some of you, in fact, I know you will get up and talk about neglect. You're itching to get up and to talk so that you can be heard. Thank God for Love FM that they carry the programming all the way down yonder, so that your people can hear you. By the way, you're not as hot as you think down there. My indications are that you're in a lot of trouble, and you need to stop lying to those people from Golden Stream and from Silver Creek and from
Minister.
Indian Creek. Sorry, Madam Speaker, but he
Just continue with the debate, please, Minister.
Madam Speaker, there are multiple investments, and for the sake of them, because they don't seem to want to tell the truth today, my friend from Mesopotamia spoke about the major investments that are made in education on the south side of Belize City. I will leave the Samuel Haynes Center because my friend has spoke at great lengths about that. But let me tell you about the Frank Lezama Skills Training Center, Madam Speaker, that is put there especially for the Southside residents who want to do some betterment to their lives and attain skills that will move them forward in life. Let me tell you as well, Madam Speaker, about the Gateway Center that is there in order to help the young people of our communities again to develop themselves. Let me tell you about the unprecedented Gwen Liz Evening School program, Madam Speaker, that sees many of our single mothers and even gang activists or many adult learners who have not had a chance to complete high school go there, Madam Speaker. Let me talk about Excelsior High School that also caters, Madam Speaker, to many underprivileged kids. Let me talk about all of those government schools, St. Vernon, St. Michael's now, Maud Williams, Madam Speaker, that caters, Gwen Liz. All of these schools cater primarily to our young people on the south side of Belize City. And let me also make mention of schools like the Anglican Cathedral College and Wesley College that have a long-standing relationship on the south side to help people. Madam Speaker, never before in the history of this country have we seen so many sixth form graduates on the south side of Belize City. And I take my hats off to those who conceived and now administer the program that is the Wesley Junior College. Never before have we seen this kind of activity. And I am telling you, Madam Speaker, that on the south side of Belize City, in these very same constituencies that myself and my colleagues manage and operate, there have never been more programs, Samuel Haynes aside. You check with Albert Division and the care team at Albert Division, and you will see how many different programs they run in order to cater to the needs of the residents on the south side. This is why they vote for us. You check the very same College Education and Resource Center. I remember opening that center, Madam Speaker, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, when we actually formally opened it. I remember the member from Pickstock was right there. At that time, he didn't have any Samuel Haynes, and he came and he received great ideas from our constituency, and then went back to Samuel Haynes and implemented some of the very same ideas. Sewing programs, Madam Speaker, mothering programs, breastfeeding programs, Madam Speaker. I know you can attest to that because I know that you have been around that initiative. Vacation Bible School. We have a relationship with about a dozen churches in our constituency. We have even gone the way of the cross, Madam Speaker, to go out along with the churches to win souls in a crusade, house by house, in our constituency. So don't tell us about neglect of the people and not having a relationship with the people and not trying our best as Southside representatives to deal with the people. In Port Loyola, where we speak right now, programs are being run there in Mesopotamia. I know that Shine Barrow is doing a lot of programs right out of his Shine Barrow for Mesop office, Madam Speaker. There are multitudes of programs. I can go on and on and on. And not talk about education, assistance. All of these constituencies are well heeled, Madam Speaker. And where we see a lack of infrastructural investment, and I will be one of those on the South Side who tell you there is much more that can be done, which is why I was happy to see my opponent, who is a city councillor, finally get to do some work. Come and fix the streets and clean the drains. That is what you were elected to do. But that is not going to get you any votes because the people of Colette are in a love relationship with Faber. I tell them this repeatedly. This is the same relationship that existed between Barrow and the people in Queen Square, Finnegan and the people in Mesop, Tracy and the people in Albert, Boots and the people in Port Loyola. You ain't going to come between that, so might as well you give it up. But rather than come today and make those negative points, because this is something that they preach, as I said, it's a part of their campaign. Rather than do that, if they truly love the people of the South Side, Madam Speaker, if they truly want to see the situation of crime curbed, then let us work together. An appeal should have been made to the families, Madam Speaker. An appeal should have been made to the churches, Madam Speaker. An appeal should have been made to the NGO communities that are working in there for us to unite and to put our hands together, our shoulders to the wheel together, because there is where the solution to the problem of crime and violence in the South Side exists. Coming here and criticizing the government for making an attempt in this manner, the state of emergency, is not going to help, Madam Speaker. Criticizing the area representatives is not going to help. That's not how we will fix these problems. We need to embrace it together. We need to ensure that we are our brothers' keepers. We need to be making sure that opportunities exist. We need to be supporting our families, Madam Speaker, making sure that they're looking out for our children, making sure that they're engaged in the programs that exist that are in many respects undersubscribed, making sure that they have something gainful to do, making sure that we involve ourselves in the fight against crime in the region. Many of the problems that exist on the south side of Belize City come because or these problems come from Central America. It's very much like what is happening now in some parts of Belmopan City, the outskirts, where the MS-13 gang and other problems that we've imported, Madam Speaker, because people come here. How is it that you can blame the politicians for that? We have a fight on our hands, Madam Speaker, and it requires all hands on deck. And rather than negatively criticizing, these colleagues on the other side should be joining hands to ensure that we are fighting and putting a dent in the crime situation. Madam Speaker, I would wish for a different outcome. I would wish that we wouldn't have to put in place a state of emergency to control this problem. But I will speak on behalf of the many residents of the Colette area, not those who might be detained as a result of this, but the many other residents of Colette who sleep peacefully at night, knowing that those who insist on tormenting our souls as citizens of the South Side are not there doing that, that they can sleep in peace. And so while they will cry and complain for the minority, Madam Speaker, I stand here speaking for the majority of the South Side of Belize City, who are grateful to the government for such a measure while we search for much better measures and we implement those better measures in order to protect our citizenry at large so that things like the state of emergency wouldn't have to come in. But in the meanwhile, we will appreciate the effort of the government and we will rejoice in safety, Madam Speaker. Look at the COVID-19 quarantine state of emergency, Madam Speaker. I am sure that if we look at the numbers of murders now this year compared to this time last year, you will see that it has gone down tremendously. So there is no doubt that this measure works. And if it is what we have to do, however unfortunate, however much recalcitrant the government is to do it, we will do it now in order to protect lives in this country, Madam Speaker, in order to make sure that we live to fight another day. I thank you, ma'am.
Honourable member from Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on the...
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Nobody agrees? All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I rise to give my contribution here this morning, I cannot but say that how flabbergasted I am sitting on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, listening to the member from Bigstock and listening to the member from Collet. I was indeed, if I were to borrow the words of the Prime Minister, almost knocked over by a feather from my chair. Listening to the member from Bigstock, giving all the solutions that need to be done to address the problems that are related to what the South Side is experiencing in relation to crime and poverty, Madam Speaker. Makes me wonder where he has been for the last 12 years. Madam Speaker, I also listened to the member from Collet boast about all the money that has been spent by the government. But the question is, Madam Speaker, if so much money was spent, where are the results? Where are the results? Millions and millions have been spent, he's saying, in programs. But yet, after 12 years, the solution to the problem in the South Side area is to lock up the young people, to lock them up, to declare a state of emergency, and anybody who breaks and does not adhere to the regulations under the state of emergency, they will suffer the consequences. It really makes me wonder how real these people are, Madam Speaker. Where have they been living for the last 12 years? Have they been living in a cocoon? Have they been living in a dream, Madam Speaker? Those are the questions that need to be asked. Madam Speaker, listening to the member from Mesopotamia talk about the problem will be solved. How? The question is how. He did not indicate how. When? When is it going to be solved? There is urgency, Madam Speaker, as a country to address the problem of poverty and crime. And it is not limited only to the South Side, Madam Speaker. Across this country, we have seen that crime has increased, poverty has increased, all the social ills that are affecting our country have increased. And yes, it is a matter that has to be addressed in a bipartisan manner, Madam Speaker. It is a matter that has to be addressed by all of us. Because at the end of the day, if we truly care about the future of our country, if we truly care about young people, that we want to make things better for them, then we all need to put our hands on deck. We all need to put our hands to the wheel to find the solutions, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we have gone on record, time and time again, Madam Speaker, saying to the government that the answer to the problem in the South Side is not declaring a state of emergency and subsequent to that, locking up our poor people. We have gone on record to say that. But in their usual style, Madam Speaker, they refuse to take any counsel from this side. They refuse to work with us to see how we can approach this problem and find solutions to it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our young people need to be engaged in positive activities, but there have to be well-programmed activities, Madam Speaker, well-planned out. Programs that are going to be sustainable. Programs that are going to address the issue of education. Programs that are going to address the issue of poverty. Programs that are going to ensure that we instill more positive values and attitudes in our young people. Programs that are going to ensure that we instill responsibilities, that yes, our young people have rights, but they also have responsibilities, Madam Speaker. That is what has to be done. That is what has to be done. And it cannot go unnoticed, Madam Speaker, because the government side does not like when they are reminded, Madam Speaker, that they have been in the driver's seat for the last 12 years. And they are some of the most powerful cabinet ministers, Madam Speaker, coming from the south side. The most powerful cabinet ministers coming from south side. And you are going to tell me that after 12 years in government, you still cannot find the solution to address the problems that our young people are facing? Then the answer is that you have failed. You have failed at the job. You have failed. And that cannot go unnoticed, Madam Speaker. We cannot, after 12 years, man, repeatedly we come to the House to deal with matters of crime and poverty. Repeatedly we come to the House to deal with matters of state emergency in relation to the South Side. But yet we cannot find tangible solutions to the problems that we face as a nation, Madam Speaker. So they have to take the burden of responsibility because they have been in the driver's seat. They have had the opportunity, but not only the opportunity, the resources to be able to do better. The answer to our people in the South Side and the poverty that our people faces in the South Side is not to come election time, Madam Speaker, and to come to bribe the voter. That is not the solution. That is not the solution. The solution is not to come and feel that by handing out a little money that they are going to be better off. The long-term solution has to be to empower our people, Madam Speaker. And we have to empower our people through education, through well-coordinated education, be it the traditional academia or be it technical vocational skills that our people can learn and acquire skills that are going to help them to be able to help themselves, to be able to develop themselves. Education for all, Madam Speaker. That is what we are speaking about. Madam Speaker, when you look at the statistics, and the Minister of Education would not want to admit that, but when you look at the statistics, hundreds and hundreds of students are dropping out of school on a daily basis. That is the reality. What opportunity is there for them? What opportunity is there for them to be able to better themselves? These are the things that the government should be looking at, Madam Speaker. But as Speaker, the idea of, developing a youth corps is a very good one. And I believe that it is a program that we on this side, have been discussing very seriously. Because it is not only about criticizing, it is about trying to find solution to the problems. And we believe that by putting in place a National Youth Cadet Corps, Madam Speaker, we can try to help the young people to be able to instill in them those positive values and attitudes, the discipline that is required of them so that they can become productive citizens of our country, Madam Speaker. That is what we need to look at. There is so much great opportunity, Madam Speaker, through agriculture. Why not teach our young people to become engaged in production? Teach them the value of working the land. Teach them the value of growing their own food. Teach them the value of becoming independent. Not dependency, that we wait for only boost only, or that we wait for election to come so that the politician can give us a handout. That's not what we want, Madam Speaker. But that is the kind of culture that the UDP government has perpetrated over the years, Madam Speaker. A culture of dependency on the politician. We have to change that, Madam Speaker. And we on this side are committed to ensuring that we work with our young people. It's not going to be easy. It is going to take a lot of work, and it is going to take a lot of collaboration with all the stakeholders to see this come to fruition. But we got to start somewhere. That is the point that I want to make, Madam Speaker. We got to start somewhere. So today, Madam Speaker, it is with a great level of concern that we look at this proposed state of emergency extension, Madam Speaker. But we cannot say that this is going to be the sole answer. Yes, we have a problem with crime. And yes, we have to find a way to deal with it. But it has to go beyond just, putting in place a state of emergency, and who breaks the laws, you get arrested, you end up in jail. Then what's next after you come out of jail? Those are the things that we got to look at, Madam Speaker. And we on this side are saying that, the government has to be very cautious, particularly that under this state of emergency, you're granting a lot of power to the police. And we have seen over the past that in many instances now, I don't want to generalize because the police has its role to play. And we have many good police officers, men and women across this country. And I must applaud them for the great work that they do. But, Madam Speaker, we have also witnessed in many instances where the rights of our people are also abused by the police. So we have to be very careful. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the time has come that we put all our hands to the wheel to see how we can find a long-term, sustainable solution to the problem that is faced by our people in the South Side. They are human beings too, Madam Speaker. So we must care about them. We must work with them and ultimately find a way to make Belize a better place. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thanks for giving me a little chance to say a few words here, no? I know earlier this morning we had the member from Kaya South got up and spoke a lot in terms of what has not been done. And this topic of crime and the crime situation in this country, I will say it is not an easy one, Madam Speaker. And for him to stand up and just show the blame on the government saying that you have not done anything to deal with the crime situation is most untrue and deceitful, Madam Speaker. And I say this because that is the easiest thing you can do. It is the easiest thing for anyone to stand up in this honorable house and show the blame on someone else. I could stand here right now and speak when they were in government for many years, Madam Speaker, and they did nothing to deal with at that time, the then growing and increasing crime situation of this country. I remember when I was a young police officer at the Crimes Investigation Branch in Belize City. At that time, we did not have the level of violence that is plaguing our community right now. We could have done something about it. And they were in government at that time. And of course, we all know the history of when they were in government, the amount of monies that were basically wasted, monies that went out the door because of corruption. They had their due time to have done something about this crime situation, and they did nothing. So for them to stand up, especially the member from Kaya South, and throw the blame to the government, I think it is sad, because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, This problem is not a problem just for the government. It is not just a problem for the UDP or the PUP. This is a problem that affects everyone in our nation. And knowing and understanding that crime affects the quality of life of our people in this country means that it is a problem for everyone. And I could tell you, Madam Speaker, that my career as a police officer, when I was there, I have seen where we have had and made some inroads in certain areas. I can tell you that where we saw where certain programs that we were doing were not working. But at the end of the day, the police department, and I would want to say that this government has been working to try to resolving the crime situation. The reality is that there is no panacea, there is no quick fix to the crime situation, Madam Speaker. You know, I hear the member from Toledo West get up and say, well, let's put them in the farms, let's put these people out there, etc. Madam Speaker, it is not as easy as that. If it was easy as that, Madam Speaker, the rest of the world would have already solved their crime situation. This is a situation that has to do more than just looking at one or two programs. It is about how we deal and how our young people are grown up. I will tell you this, Madam Speaker. This government, as far as I know, has been the true investors in our young people across this nation. When you look at the amount of help that is given for education, Madam Speaker, these are the kind of things that reach out to our young people to give them an opportunity to move away from crime, to not be trapped into that system of crime. And I think this United Democratic Party government has done great work to trying to reach out to our young people and solve the crime situation. But it will not be solved overnight, Madam Speaker. And for the opposition to just throw blame on this UDP government, I think it is unfair. And he must understand, they must understand that this crime problem is a serious problem and one that must be tackled at all levels. Not only that in terms of the government, but likewise in every single person who is a stakeholder in trying to solve and resolve this crime issue. And when I say that, Madam Speaker, we must talk about the parents, we must talk about the teachers, we must talk about the guardians that are out there, every single stakeholder, those who are in not even government institutions such as the churches, etc. Everybody has a role to play in trying to solve this problem. I know the member from Toledo West got up and spoke in terms of saying that what this motion is being done right now in terms of extending the state of emergency, that it is directly affecting the poor black people of this country. Madam Speaker, that is totally wrong, because that is not the issue. What is happening, Madam Speaker, it is not the poor black people that are being affected here. It is those people who are involved with crime. And it's not across this country. This state of emergency is in the south side of Belize City. It is a part of Belize City, not the entire country. And definitely it's not only affecting the poor black people. So for him to kind of mislead the people to think that this is affecting poor black people across this country, Madam Speaker, that is not correct. And I must mention that, because at the end of the day, this, in effect, is only dealing with those people who are involved with crime. We are in a state of emergency right now in Southside. But, Madam Speaker, to a large extent, we are being threatened right now with COVID. That in and of itself is unprecedented. We are fighting day in and day out in terms of those people from the Ministry of Health, the police department, and the entire national security apparatus to try to prevent COVID from becoming widespread in this country. That is a task in and of itself. And therefore, Madam Speaker, based on these situations, we have a crime problem to deal with likewise. And that is why this state of emergency to deal with Southside, and not, when I mean Southside, not the people of Southside, Madam Speaker, but rather those people who prey on the innocent people out there, the businessmen, the people who walk that street every day. the hundreds and thousands of law-abiding citizens that are plagued by these people who prefer to commit crime rather than to find the necessary work that has to be done. And when we talk about crime, trying to find that solution, Madam Speaker, I will tell you, this government has invested tremendously in education, like the Minister of Education mentioned, but likewise in investments with job creation especially. We look at infrastructure to uplift these neighborhoods, Madam Speaker. No one can say that the United Democratic Party has not done its fair share to bring about the kind of change that is necessary. But there's no panacea for this situation. This thing has to be worked on year in, year out. Whichever government is in office will have to deal with this situation, Madam Speaker. So it is unfair for someone to get up and just throw the blame across this room, because we can do the same when they were there. And I would want to think that it is easier for us to say that it was their fault, Madam Speaker, because when crime was increasing, they were in office. They could have put the foundation to stop that problem. But like I said, Madam Speaker, it's not easy. And for someone to stand up and pontify in terms of speaking things, in terms of trying to gain that sympathy from the Belizean people, or trying to cast that aspersions that good governance is not being done, Madam Speaker, I will refute that, because at the end of the day, I'm part of this government and I know the effort that is being done to assist our young people across this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that there is much that has been done, but there is a lot more that needs to be done, of course. I mean, when you look at the Commissioner of Police, when you look at the men and women in uniform working out there, you think that if they could have come up with a solution to fix and solve this problem, they would have done it already? Of course, they would have done it already, Madam Speaker. This is not an easy thing. You think it's easy for the men and women in uniform to be patrolling those streets at night, to be going after people who commit crime, to trying to prevent and safeguard Belizeans? It's not an easy task. But of course, we must demand from the Commissioner of Police for him to do better. That is always a demand of any government that is in office. And I do believe that the Commissioner of Police, Madam Speaker, is doing his best in terms of trying to deal with this situation. And I know that this government is supporting him 100% in trying to achieve his vision of reducing crime in this country. And so, Madam Speaker, I ask, as the Minister of State in the Ministry of National Security, I know that we continue to look at solutions to solve this problem. But many people come and say, we have the solution, we can do better. But I ask them, Madam Speaker, send in your recommendation, give us your ideas, because we are open. Because this is not a problem just for Ministry of National Security. It's not only a problem for the police, it is everyone's business, Madam Speaker. And so I stand here, Madam Speaker, in terms of this state of emergency, to tell you that I support this fully, because I believe that this is what is necessary at this point in time. But I would also like to say that this is not the solution. We all understand that on this side, Madam Speaker, and they should on that side too. This is not the solution. But Madam Speaker, based on what is happening right now in terms of COVID, and people see the news every day, people who are in business, people who are out there fear for their lives, Madam Speaker, and these people who are being incarcerated, Madam Speaker, and not the ordinary folk who is out there getting up every morning, working an 8 to 5 job, working a shift to provide for their families, who are going about their lawful business, Madam Speaker. These are people who have engaged in criminal activity, people who have preyed upon the innocent, the business people. Madam Speaker, we have to find a solution. If we were not trying to solve this problem, we wouldn't be here today. We are here because we want to look and see how best we can tackle this issue. And based on what is happening right now with COVID-19, Madam Speaker, I think that at this point in time, this is necessary. But of course, it is not the solution. And I want you all to know, and especially the Belizean people, that the Ministry of National Security, especially the police department, is working on these things. And of course, they must become more innovative. they must be more smart and be able to employ new measures, new techniques in terms of dealing with these situations, Madam Speaker. And of course, we always will come across instances where police abuse their authority, etc. But that is normal. And it is a matter for the Commissioner of Police to act upon these things so that we reduce these things, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we are a young nation still. There's a lot of work to be done. And in terms of the crime situation, Madam Speaker, this government is doing everything possible to reach out and to assist and reduce the crime situation in terms of having less people involved in crime. We work hard for the young people. We have invested in education. We invested in infrastructure. We're investing in the opportunity to move our young people to doing something positive in their lives, Madam Speaker. And people who live in the South Side, Madam Speaker, many of these people who are termed today as poor, black, Madam Speaker, are people, many of them have come out from these very same neighborhoods and not engaged in crime. So there's a lot to be done, and I would just like to highlight that. It is easy for someone to stand up and criticize and for the glory or pontificate on certain things, Madam Speaker, but this is a serious problem, and I look forward to saying that it will be a problem for many, many years to come, Madam Speaker, and whichever government is in office, this will forever be a problem that must be dealt with. It is about how we go about it and how the governments invest in our young people. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I simply want to thank those that contributed to the debate. It's been long, in my view, far too long, and I certainly won't be guilty of, in fact, extending that tremendous length. All I will say is, even before COVID-19, when there was a spate of murders, a spike in Belize City that was simply intolerable, the state of emergency on the south side had been imposed. And after that was done, there were 2-3 months, because when it was finished, the larger state of emergency took its place, brought in consequence of COVID-19. But like 3 months or so, there was hardly one murder on the south side of Belize. The bottom line is draconian, and I should tell my friend from Kai South that it's not dragonian, it's draconian. Draconian though it may be, Madam Speaker, it works. The empirical evidence is there. And in a situation where the south side is in extremis insofar as murders, gang murders in particular, insofar as that is concerned, then there's a time to do what we're doing today. And in fact, we are positive that it will produce the desired result, and it will absolutely tamp down, in particular, the murders. Of course, it is not the ultimate solution. The Minister of Education and several other ministers set out in some detail, Madam Speaker, the huge menu of initiatives this government has taken. And for those on the other side who say we don't want to hear from them, there have been several efforts at bipartisan cooperation. I sat on one such grouping that we had created when the Honourable Member for Freetown was, at that time, the leader of the opposition. We've tried and we've tried and we've tried. Sometimes there is some immediate success, and then it dies off, and then we try again. So this extension of the state of emergency absolutely will succeed in stemming the tide of murders that we've seen again on the south side of Belize City. And in the meantime, because it can't be a reliance simply on this kind of a measure, the very many initiatives and programs that are aimed at the south side will continue. There is currently in place Southside Poverty Alleviation Phase 3 that followed on Phase 2 and on Phase 1. These are programs under which houses are built, streets are fixed, there's a social and training component. That sort of thing has been ongoing for years. Madam Speaker, in terms of jobs, the Minister for Human Development, when he was Minister of Works, will tell you, you talk about Petro-Caribbean money, we put in place that urban rejuvenation project that employed hundreds and hundreds of people from the South Side. And it worked. But again, Madam Speaker, for a period. Look, you've got to tackle this thing in a multi-pronged way, and that is what we continue to do. There are all sorts of structural problems that you can't solve overnight. Nobody has talked about the influence of culture, the imported culture from the United States that first swamped us once we got television in this country. The effect that has, the sort of cross-pollination almost of our people who go to the States, get into trouble, come back here and bring the sophisticated methods in terms of drug trafficking, in terms of the gang life, in terms of that sort of a lifestyle, to make it so much more difficult for us. So, Madam Speaker, this measure today is absolutely necessary, and I repeat, we concede that by itself, it cannot be a solution. We're doing all the other things that we're obliged to do, even so, like the poor, crime, and it appears gang crime, will be with us always. Still, we continue to try our best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following motion and bills pass this day. Extending the period of public emergency in the south side of Belize City, declared by proclamation of the Governor General Motion 2020. Secondly, Immigration Amendment Bill 2020. Third, Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill 2020. Fourth, Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020. And fifth, Quarantine Amendment Bill 2020. Under Standing Order Number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The only way for this to be done, other than by suspension of the standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee, the Health and Human Development Committee, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and the National Security and Immigration Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motion and bills. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until those committees have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present a report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill 2020, HR 273A/1/12.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the chairman of the Health and Human Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, the Health and the Human Development Committee has met and reviewed the bill.
HR.
HR 274/1/12, report from the Health and Human Development Committee on Hotels, Tourist Accommodation, Amendment Number 2, Bill 2020. HR 275/1/12, report from the Health and Human Development Committee on Quarantine, Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 275A/1/12, the report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the extending the period of public emergency in the south side of Belize City declared by proclamation of the Governor General Motion 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the chairman of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper HR 271/1/12, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Immigration Amendment Bill 2020.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move. Now therefore be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied that a period of public emergency persists in the part of Belize consisting of the part of Belize City known as the South Side, as specified in the schedule to Statutory Instrument 97 of 2020, hereby extends the period of public emergency in the part of Belize consisting of the part of Belize City known as the South Side, as specified in the schedule to Statutory Instrument 97 of 2020 for a further period of 2 months.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the period of public emergency persists in the part of Belize consisting of the part of Belize City known as the South Side, as specified in the schedule to Statutory Instrument 97 of 2020, hereby extends the period of public emergency in the part of Belize consisting of Belize City known as the South Side, as specified in the schedule to Statutory Instrument 97 of 2020 for a further period of 2 months. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the duties of immigrants entering Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable Member from Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill can be read along with two other pieces of legislation being passed today, that being the Quarantine Act and the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act. All three pieces of legislation actually have to deal with getting ourselves prepared for what now seems to be inevitable reopening of the PGIA on the 15th of August 2020. Madam Speaker, in relation to this particular bill, the Immigration Act, and it was pointed out in the Standing Committee that according to Section 2B5, it states any foreigner who refuses to comply with the requirements under subsection 4 shall be refused leave to land in Belize, and if he arrives by any vessel, the master of such vessel shall be served with a notice of such fact. I believe, Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation falls short in terms of setting out the procedure of how it is that our immigration department will deal with a foreigner once he has landed, because what it says here is that he will be refused leave to land. But as you know, in a very practical sense, the plane would have already landed in Belize, the individual would have presented themselves at the immigration front desk, and it wouldn't be until that point that they inform that they do not want to take the medical test. And so the question arises, Madam Speaker, what happens then? Is it that the airline would accept that passenger to go back? Would that airplane stay at the airport and await the clearance of all those passengers from the immigration department before it returns to America? Would it be, what about the scenario if the return flight to America is booked up and there are no seats to take that passenger who has refused to comply with our legislation and to take the medical test? So I think these are all questions that we need to sort out, and we need to have a procedure in place. Is it that we're going to quarantine them for the night at the PGIA or at a hotel, and at whose expense? I think these are all things that need to be meted out in this piece of legislation. So it just says that they will be refused to land, but in fact the plane would have already landed. What happens next? Madam Speaker, and I don't believe that we should look at these three pieces of legislation in isolation. As I said, it seems inevitable, even with all that is going on around us, that we have made up our minds, hell or high water, that we are going to open up the airport. Even though in the great United States of America, they are seeing the highest number of cases ever, and it only keeps climbing by the day. Why is it, Madam Speaker, that we are not looking to other countries in Europe, for instance, where the cases are a mere 200,000+, as opposed to 5.4 million people infected in the United States of America? Why don't we have the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Civil Aviation, making efforts to enter into relations with European countries to try to get those tourists to come to Belize? It seems that we are putting all our eggs in the American basket, and while over the years, yes, they have been great for Belize, we have to acknowledge the fact that right now at this point in time, it is extremely dangerous, Madam Speaker, for us to be relying strictly on American tourists. And Madam Speaker, again, while we are on this topic, we cannot have this discussion divorced from the health system readiness and preparedness. As I understand it, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health can correct me if I am wrong, we still only have 6 beds in the ICU. While we are here focusing on filling up the beds in these resorts, we need to try to secure some beds for the ICU. Why are we not thinking on that level? It's almost like we don't care anymore. We just want to bring in tourists, and regardless of the health consequences, we are just operating in a vacuum, Madam Speaker. And aside from the fact that the ICU only has 6 beds, we were told that there was going to be a geo-bracelet, that when you come into the country, you would be, a bracelet would go on your hand and we'd be able to track you no matter what part of the country you're in. I've been told that that geo-bracelet is still not in country and won't be here till ending of September. There's the app that you are supposed to track these individuals. Correct me, Minister of Tourism, you seem eager to want to correct me. Do we have the geo-bracelet? Are we ready? These are questions that we must satisfy ourselves before we come to this House and pass pieces of legislation that deal only with the immigration, Madam Speaker. Because even in our hospitals, yes, in the ICU there are only 6 beds, but there is no area in our hospitals designated for intermediary care, for individuals showing moderate symptoms. So for instance, if you need to be placed on oxygen, they can't put you in the same 6 beds that we have designated for ventilators. There has to be another area in the hospital for patients showing mild or moderate symptoms. And so, Madam Speaker, all of these things, I don't believe the government is tending to. For the last 6 months, since COVID hit Belize, I haven't heard more beds in the hospitals. I haven't heard how prepared we are to deal with this as a health crisis. And I heard the Prime Minister loud and clear saying that all in for tourism. We have to go all in for tourism. And I understand how much it means to our economy, Mr. Prime Minister. I know that eventually we do have to reopen. And I know that you said that in a very rare situation would you even reconsider the August 15th date. But we really have to give it thought, man. And we never had an opportunity like this to debate it, to express our opinions. And so that is why I have to highlight these points, Madam Speaker. That we have to ensure that in every single aspect we are prepared. And it just so happens, Madam Speaker, that we are opening the airport the same week that we are opening our schools. And even before we open our airport, there is word today that we have cases of COVID in San Pedro, Minister. 1 confirmed, several other individuals showing that they have symptoms. So, Madam Speaker, while it was, and I see you all pointing to the leader of the opposition, that point came up months ago when it was not flared up in America, you know. It was a different scenario then, and remember, you all promised geo-bracelets, you all promised to better the health system, but we are in the exact same spot we are in today as we were then. I'm telling you my position, Minister, my position back then. it was a different story. We have to look at what is the situation today. And so, Madam Speaker, there are many different factors, one of them being that we need to appeal to other countries and have their tourists come into our country. We need flights from Europe. I think Canada only has about 300,000 cases. I haven't heard anything about WestJet or Air Canada. So it seems that we're only focused right now on the United States of America, Madam Speaker. And so I don't think that we can look at these three pieces of legislation divorced and in isolation of the real situation, the real threat that is knocking on our door, and a health crisis that we have right now in our country, even before we open the airport. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister?
The member, Madam Speaker, is in stark contrast to his leader, and so I would want to understand what is the position of the leader of the opposition. He clearly was not going to get up and make a position. The Prime Minister was about to stand and to wrap up the debate, so I call on him to make his position known. But I also wish to understand where it is the People's United Party as a party lies on this matter of opening the airport. You need to be crystal clear. You see, the member from Caribbean Shores has a tendency of always trying to be on the right side of things and try to put himself on what is politically correct, which is not always the best thing and the right thing to do. That is his position. So when he sees something happening, he always tries to jump ship. So we want to know what is the position of the leader of the opposition who, when he was on the National Oversight Committee, clamored, I am told, arduously, every chance he got to make sure that the airport was being opened, because his masters may have wanted him to do so. But, Madam Speaker, while I hear the member from Caribbean Shores, and of course Belizeans in general, have concerns, we look at what is happening in the United States and we have to be concerned. In fact, right now as we speak, when the regulations are made known for travelers coming in, whether you're a Belizean or a foreigner, there is a lot of discussion going on Facebook right now by our citizenry at home and abroad who are coming in and potential tourists who are coming in about these regulations. So one I just read, Madam Speaker, cried bloody murder on the part of the government of Belize because they're saying that these regulations are too stiff. Well, we have to be very, very guarded, and that is the point. COVID is not in the same way affecting Belize at this point that it is affecting the United States. And I say that particularly to describe the situation with the opening of schools. Yes, Mr. Trump is pushing a mad agenda of billions of dollars in order to get school ready when in fact COVID is raining down heavy on his head in the United States. That's not the situation here, but I say this to say that the government on this side, led by our Prime Minister and the Minister of Health fighting this COVID disease, has always maintained that if things get to the point where we believe there is need for that kind of concern, we will do it. So I don't understand how it is that passing such regulations, which merely create an environment for us to do this. The airport is set to be open in August 15th. On August 15th, yes. There needs to be this environment to control things for the sake of our citizenry who are coming back, for the sake of tourists who are coming in. That is all. It is making a legal environment possible for the proper guarding of these kinds of situations from getting Belize to that point. That's all it is. And he is opposing putting in such a framework, Madam Speaker. If he wants to oppose the opening of the airport, then that is what he should do, and I did not hear him say that outrightly. So he's playing games in a normal way in which he does, Madam Speaker. But before the Prime Minister stands to wind up the debate, I really would love to hear the leader of the opposition, who is the champion of all to get the airport open, in fact, in a more reckless way than ever back in those times. Now that all of these guarded positions have been taken and regulations about to be put in to secure a safe opening of the airport, I'd really love to hear his position. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh my God. Opposition
I was
Leader.
going to keep quiet, Prime Minister. But I think that what the so-called new leader of the UDP should be worried about, why is it that you don't want to make him Prime Minister? Why is it that the honorable member from Pickstock is resigning? Because he said you are not fit to lead him. They don't want you, boy. They don't want you. They don't want you. Supposed to sit down right here. And what you ain't got you. And next time when you come back, you're going to sit down over the side. I want to tell you, that's what they worry about. But, Madam Speaker, since the honorable member from Colette, is so concerned about what my position is all about, I agree with what the honorable member from Caribbean Shores mentioned a few moments ago. Yes, I was in full support of opening up the airport on July the 1st. But at that time, we did not have the crisis in the United States that we have today. Simply. Secondly, I allowed you to speak,
Okay.
I allowed you, man. Hold on, man.
Honorable
Hold on, man. Hold on.
members, please allow the opposition leader to.
But there are a lot of problems going on. We had, I'm trying to remember the Belizean American, Andre, I forget what is his last name. A Belizean American living in the United States that have gotten many patents in preparing apps. That gentleman got in touch with me in early April and said he was prepared to do within 4 days a tracing app for Belize. I spoke to the Prime Minister about it. I spoke to the members of the committee. I spoke to Mike Singh about it. But they had no interest in doing the app. None. We could have had that app from way back then, remember, from Caribbean Shores. A Belizean American giving his services free. And that is the truth. And back then, when I was talking about opening up the airport, I said, let's plan to open it up properly. Let's put all the protocols in place. Because I agree, we cannot stay locked up forever. So we felt that back then, well, man, relax, man. That's why they don't want to make you Prime Minister, so they keep you to sit down there. That's why sit down there, man. You absolutely not. You are not. No, you are. When did I tell you that? You're not even a
Opposition leader, you still.
I called you and congratulated you. I called you and congratulated you.
Minister, please allow the opposition leader to complete. Go ahead, opposition leader. Please, the opposition leader has the floor. Kindly proceed. Oh.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the rules are clear, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
When the member has the floor, we should be listening. The member from Colette is being petty, Madam Speaker. He's being petty. He should listen and learn.
Thank you. Kindly proceed, opposition leader. Honorable ministers, please allow the leader of the opposition to complete his presentation.
It is because of that infantile behavior. The Prime Minister had to be personally calling ministers and standard bearers to support him. And with all that, man only win by 19 votes, Papa Mena, they laugh right behind your back right now. By 19 votes, you win, boy. At least you should be humble. Be humble. Be humble, my boy. Anyway, Madam Speaker, again, to make my point very clear, I was in favor of opening. I prepared a paper because I thought.
Honorable ministers, please, we need some.
Because I thought then, as I believe now, that it was the right thing to do. The honorable member from Caribbean Shore is not saying about not opening the airport, that's your problem. That's not what he said. He was saying that why are we concentrating only in bringing Americans into this country when right now we have a massive problem with COVID-19 in the United States. We have countries like the Bahamas, I think even Barbados, that have closed down, they have closed their doors from allowing American tourists to come into their country. What the honorable member from Caribbean Shores was saying, and I agree with him, that we should be looking at other areas, at other places. Bring people from Canada, bring from Europe. We've been talking about that. My good friend from San Pedro, that this was something that we've been doing. But again, they want the easy way out. And the easy way out is not necessarily the best thing to do. There are so many deficiencies that we have at this moment. As it is right now, God forbid, we're at the brink of losing control of the people with COVID-19. And I'm not in any way blaming the Ministry of Health. It's that a lot of people are just stubborn and they listen. They go into Chatamal and they bring crowds in contraband and then they get people sick. So I'm not blaming the Ministry of Health, but the reality is that we have limited beds in the ICU. The reality is that you can't put everybody in the ICU. You have to find other areas so that you could have, God forbid, we have more Belizeans get sick with COVID-19, that we could be able to take care of them. What the honorable member of Caribbean Shores was telling you, showing you these deficiencies. Wanna be prime minister? That is what they want. That's what they do. That's what he's trying to do. That we need to look after these deficiencies, Madam Speaker, before we allow especially Americans to come into the country. We all understand that we have to open up the country sooner or later. Of course, we cannot open the Mexican borders and the Guatemalan borders because there we are having a massive problem. The idea is that at the airport, you have it in a controlled situation, a controlled environment, that you could put the necessary tests in place. But what the gentleman is saying, what the honorable member is saying, that actually that you need to do some changes in the way you have written the amendments to the Immigration Act. I can't argue that. I don't know a lawyer, but he was very clear. He explained it to you. He's saying a simple thing. Yes, let me repeat for you what the honorable member from Caribbean Shores was saying. Stop behaving like one baby man. Listen. Listen. What he was saying is that if you have an American that comes and refuses to take the test, what you do? You can't send him back halfway in the air. He's already there. What if you don't have a flight?
You still not answer it. You still never answer it. You still don't answer.
Honorable members,
what if they don't have space to go back?
Honorable members of this House, the opposition leader is at the podium. He has the floor. Let him speak. I invite other members to do the same after he has taken his seat. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but I'm trying to explain to the representative from College that what the honorable member from Caribbean Shores said is right, and I agree with him. He's not saying don't open up the airport. He's saying that what we're putting in place, the safeguards that we're putting in place is not enough. We need to be better prepared. As a part of what are the bracelets that the tourists will use? Is it in country? Is the app working? Are we able to trace everywhere they go with the app that we've been boasting about for so long? These are valid questions. Will we have with a clinic in San Pedro, where is one of the most important tourist spots? Will they have enough beds and ventilators and oxygen and medicines and PPEs, enough doctors and nurses to be able to take care of the tourists that come to San Pedro? These are valid questions. These are valid questions. As it is right now, we're struggling to take care of our own. Now, I have not heard a comprehensive plan from the Ministry of Health to say, okay, we're going to open up, and this is what we have done, and this is what we're going to do. That is important. We're not required, we do not know everything, now fight one. Sometimes you just need to point out where we see that you could do better. If the COVID-19, if there's a spread in this country, I hate just UDP, I hate all away. Every one of us. Let's not fight over Silly things, man. Madam Speaker, we understand. Tourism represents 40% of the economy of this country, of GDP. Thousands of people have lost their jobs. And the government would never have enough to give everybody. And that's the reality. I have been visiting the villages in Orange Walk district, and many of them, I met them, they said they've lost their job in San Pedro, or in Kikaka, or Placencia, or Hopkins, and they have to come back home, and they don't have a job. So we need to find a way how we could get the tourism industry going back, going again. But all we're saying is let's do it right. And if there's any deficiencies that you have overlooked, then here we have the honorable member from Caribbean Shores pointing it out. It's not too late to fix it. That's all we say, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I mentioned before about the situation of countries around Belize, that no health system can withstand the pandemic. And we can see that it is overflowing with patients and doctors dying also. But when the member from the Caribbean Shores comes and say just portion of the story, when they are maybe just locked in their own home and don't see what exactly is happening around, I can say that the DHS, Dr. Manzanero, has come in the question and answer and had mentioned what we have, the CO, Dr. Gav, myself, we have posted what we have done in the entire country. Yes, we have 6 beds in KHMH, 5 for adult and 1 pediatric, but also we have the expansion to go to 12 more beds in KHMH if we have to. Here in Belmopan, we have 6 beds that will be put for the ICU. We have places, we have 3 community hospitals, 3 hospitals and independents that are ready to work on all patients that are COVID symptomatics, but that does not need ventilators. So we have in place, we have shown that in Corozal, different areas, in Cayo, in the south, we are prepared. But again, it is our people, it's our people that need to come together and realize that this pandemic, this COVID-19 is real, and we have to take care of ourselves. And if we don't do that, then our health system will overflow also. And the leader of the opposition mentioned the right thing. We have to be working together as one. We have to do what it needs to be done for us to be COVID-free and to continue this. And if we don't do this, things can get worse. And Madam Speaker, I just asking again to the general public, do what we need to do, follow our protocols, and let this continue.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, we're not supposed to anticipate, but the member for Caribbean Shores made the point, valid point, and I said it when I introduced the first of these bills, that you've got to look at them as a whole. It is therefore simple and facile on his part to suggest that the immigration amendment doesn't go far enough and that it displays some huge omissions because there are no provisions made for what happens in the event somebody is refused permission to enter. First of all, sir, you must know that is not something that is unusual, you know. Minister will tell you immigration officers refuse people permission to enter all the time. And of course they, man, look, you're exposed, your nakedness, your slip is showing. Madam Speaker, that is nothing, as I said, so unusual. They have their protocols for how you deal with somebody to whom you refuse entry to land. Furthermore, if both he and the leader of the opposition suggest there is a lack of preparation because the bills that we're looking to pass don't go far enough. You look at the Quarantine Act, for example, that tells you what will happen to people who refuse to comply with the lawful orders given to them by the authorities. It makes provision for what you do with them. It makes provision to which quarantine places you're going to put them. So read the thing, you see, so he's playing the fool. Again, he's being dishonest. He wants to come here and try to, as you say, appeal to public opinion by, in fact, misrepresenting the facts, pretending that there are omissions, when now I hear the Minister of Education saying that in the committee, the tie-ups were pointed out to him. So what is this? It is utterly disingenuous. But let me not say what I want to say about where that particular trait of his comes from. Madam Speaker, Leader of the Opposition, sir, I'm happy that you conceded squarely that you were pushing for the international airport to be opened on the 1st July. If we had done that, where on earth would we be now? You talk about what's happening in the US. It had been happening from then. It got worse. If we had reopened, if reopening in these circumstances would be such a colossal error, how much more of an error would it not have been if we had opened on July 1st? And I repeat, sir, you argued for that, you pressed for that. We had to stand you down on the clear basis that we cannot open July 1st because we could not have been ready for July 1st. Nobody was against your point that sooner or later we've got to open. And that's why we went, there was a hot debate. We thought, well, maybe we can go July 15th. Maybe we can go July, at the end of July, 1st of August. We took as much time, that's why we fixed that August 15th date, as we felt would be necessary to put in place all the safeguards, all the protocols that could help to ensure us a safe reopening, Madam Speaker. What is here, this particular bill and the others, the companion bills, when you look at the Quarantine Act, it does actually set out some of the things that the authorities can do with people who refuse to follow the requirements, which we are disseminating as widely as possible. So nobody will come here, no tourist will come here and say, I didn't know. You ought to have known. The onus is on you. You're coming to our country in the midst of a pandemic. You're traveling anywhere in the world in the midst of a pandemic. Surely the onus is on you to find out what the travel requirements are for the particular country you want to visit. But in addition to that, all the hotels you try to book, they let you know right away, look, if you're going to come, this is what will happen. That is why, as the minister said, there are some people complaining. But we made it clear, if you are not prepared to subject yourselves to the requirements that we are enshrining in law, don't come, because indeed safety comes first, health comes first. And remember, Madam Speaker, I also said at the start that while especially the Quarantine Act gives a window, provides a window through which the members on the other side might look to get a sense of exactly where we're going and how robust and comprehensive the measures that we're putting in place are. There are going to be, or there's going to be, a clutch of statutory instruments, of regulations passed under a couple of the acts, certainly the Quarantine Act and the Hotels and Accommodation Act, to flesh out, to put flesh on the bone in terms of what will be in place to ensure as safe a reopening as possible. There's nothing strange or bizarre about that. We were hoping to have the regulations ready today, and as a courtesy, we would have given them over to those on the other side, they're not to be debated, they're statutory instruments. But we've said it over and over. There is no way we are going to reopen unless we have in place this raft of measures that can protect the immigration personnel, the customs personnel, all the people at the airport, and that can protect as much as possible the Belizean public. You, Mr. Leader of the opposition, you have said that we have got to learn to live with COVID-19. Am I misquoting you, sir? And you've said it over and over and over. Well, that is what this is about, trying to live with COVID-19, but we are not as rash as you would have liked us to be. We took our own time, and we are satisfied that come August 15th, we will be ready. However, and again, I have to fault the member for Caribbean Shores. It is not come hell or high water. We don't want to pull back, but if we have to, we will. Look, Madam Speaker, part of the problem is, as various of those who intervened have been obliged to confess, we're worrying about the risks that the return of tourists will pose. But we don't have to go that far. Look at how absolutely undisciplined, look at how absolutely heedless and oblivious our own people are to what we have put in place locally before you talk about the arrival of tourists. Half of the people who have gotten COVID-19 in this country, they've gotten it why? Because of either being border jumpers themselves or mingling with border jumpers. Our own people, there was an incident not too long ago when they were coming across from Botes with the contraband, and when police tried to stop them, they turned around in their door, went back across the river, and the Mexican who was part and parcel of their operation fired a shot at our police. This is how far people will go in order to contraband, bringing stuff from Mexico, when that is what, the country with the third highest death rate in the entire world? And Guatemala isn't too far behind. And in both those areas in close to Mexico, areas close to Guatemala where there are these illegal crossings, our people are going willy-nilly. Look, when the state of emergency ended, we still said you need to wear your masks. The Attorney General was telling me he was in St. Bite, went into a shop where the only person wearing a mask was himself and the shopkeeper. Everybody coming in, doing just as they please. We've heard about some wedding in Benke this weekend, where like maybe 500 persons were. We've seen the images on Facebook where they're crammed cheek by jowl in the water taxis, nobody wearing a mask. The way we are behaving, we don't have to worry about tourists coming in to infect us. We're doing it to ourselves. And in that context, I am here to tell you, the situation in Ambergris-Key, in fact, the situation in several areas is extremely worrying. The Minister of Health, how many people are testing in Curacao? 40? 40 persons have to be tested in Curacao. In Orange Walk, in San Pedro, as we know, there is one person already confirmed positive. One institution got in touch to say 4 out of 7 employees of that institution, I won't call the name, on San Pedro, 4 are showing symptoms, and not mild symptoms. They've lost their sense of smell, fever. They are going to be tested today. But the person who already proved positive is in an occupation where she, I think we can reveal the gender, where she has to entertain, she has to deal with a host of people. So the mapping and tracing, the tracing and tracking exercise that the ministry will do, in my view, is likely to produce several more positive cases in San Pedro. You think we will hesitate to quarantine San Pedro if it turns out that that is what is necessary after the tracing and tracking exercise has been completed? And what will that do to the reopening? Most of the people who come want to go to San Pedro. We will have to send to notify them, you can't come because you can't go to San Pedro, to Hamburg Whiskey. I hope to God it doesn't happen. I hope that all this testing done in consequence of the tracing and tracking will not produce a number of cases, a number to the extent where we will simply have to say, call it off. Madam Speaker, I already heard the Minister of Education saying, look, again, while we want to reopen schools, we need to reopen schools for all sorts of purposes, including the mental health of the children and the parents. That in border communities, in those areas where the jumpers proliferate, and we're reaping the whirlwind now. In those areas, he's perfectly prepared to say school can't reopen there. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker, that while the leader of the opposition is right, and we've got to learn to live with this thing, when our own behavior will provoke a situation in which we are swamped, we're going to have to go back to lockdowns. This continues, initially in particular areas. Ultimately, if we don't stop and get our act together, the whole country will go into lockdown again. What is that going to do to our economy? But, Madam Speaker, let me not appear to be quarreling with the Belizean public, but it is upsetting. Those on the other side, I'm sure, feel the same way. You've heard people saying it, not perhaps getting as apoplectic as I seem to be prepared to get just now, but they're no longer part of the national effort, and we all know that if it turns out there is a serious community spread, and we are obliged then to act, we get the blame, but that's the price we pay. But, Madam Speaker, whatever the consequences, let me make clear, August 15th is not particularly far away, but I am telling you, if it turns out that there is a serious outbreak in San Pedro, that's going to be it. Kaput. Travel to the island will be verboten, forbidden. And again, Madam Speaker, you don't easily substitute. They say, oh, bring the tourists from Europe, bring the tourists from Canada. How long we have been trying to get direct flights from Europe? I think we were just about to get one from London when this thing happened. But you can't snap your fingers and say, okay, Americans don't come, Europeans come. How else do they get here but through either America or through Central America or Mexico? How we're going to do this? So please, you're right, Mr. Leader. This thing is not something to cause us to become contentious with each other, to quarrel with each other. We're all in this together. And I repeat, when you served on that National Oversight Committee and your people served on the National Task Force, your contributions were sterling. And there can be no doubt about your genuineness and your good faith. And I believe it is the same for all those on the other side. We are in this together. And so please, Madam Speaker, let me close by making it plain. If we reopen the PGIA on the 15th, we will be ready. Those that are, we insult those that have been working overtime to get this thing together. And indeed, you talk about what's happening in Jamaica, what's happened in the Bahamas. Our people look at the experiences there and see where they went wrong, and we're trying to close those gaps. So, Madam Speaker, be assured, there will be no reopening on the 15th, except we're completely ready. And even if we are completely ready, I am telling you, if there turns out to be a community spread in Amber Whiskey, that's going to be it. We will pull the trigger. Can't work. So, Madam Speaker, I hope for the best, but to use that cliched phrase, we hope for the best, but we are preparing for the worst. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the duties of immigrants entering Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the duties of immigrants entering Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act. Oh, I'm sorry.
Electronic.
Sorry. Oh, forgive me. The Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 2290.03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to promote the development of the legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce, to better facilitate electronic filing of documents with public bodies, and to promote efficient delivery by public bodies of services by means of reliable electronic records, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 2903 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to promote the development of the legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce, to better facilitate electronic filing of documents with public bodies, and to promote efficient delivery by public bodies of services by means of reliable electronic records, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Electronic Transaction Act, Chapter 229.03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to promote the development of legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce, to better facilitate electronic filings of documents with public bodies, and to promote efficient delivery by public bodies of services by means of reliable electronic record, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the Minister to make regulation in the interest of public safety, public order, and public health if there is the threat or outbreak of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
If nobody is going to speak on the other side, I would like to say something, participate in the debate, Madam Speaker, just to reinforce the point I was making earlier. If you look at the bill, the Principal Act is amended by inserting the following new section after Section 31. 31A. The Minister may make regulations for hotels and tourist accommodations in the interest of public safety, public order, and public health. And, Madam Speaker, it then goes on to say, notwithstanding the generality of that subsection, which gives the Minister the power to make all sorts of regulations. Regulations made under subsection 1 may provide for A, prescribing the conditions for the booking of guests, B, prescribing health and safety protocols to minimize the risk of the spread of infectious disease, C, the procedures and requirements for certification of hotels and tourist accommodation to accommodate international tourists, D, categories of certification of hotels and tourist accommodation to accommodate international tourists, E, the decertification of hotels and tourist accommodation for failure to comply with regulations made under this section. F, directives or orders to be issued by the registrar in relation to any regulation made under this section. G, the imposition of fixed penalties for the breach or contravention of any regulation made under this section. H, the procedures to be adopted when imposing a fixed penalty. Fixed penalties in respect of contravention by a person shall not exceed $10,000. In respect of contravention by a hotel or tourist accommodation shall not exceed $100,000. Regulations made under this section may provide that any breach or contravention of any such regulation may be punishable on summary conviction by a fine not exceeding $100,000 or by a term not exceeding 5 years. Again, Madam Speaker, just to make clear that the regulations will cover everything that's set out in the bill. So the bill is not the end of it. It is merely an empowering bill to allow us, as I said, to make sure that the regime which will be enshrined in consequence of the statutory instruments that will be passed will be as comprehensive as possible in trying to ensure the safety of Belizeans and of our international guests.
Point of clarification, perhaps some misunderstood when I rose in relation to the immigration bill. But I fully understand that there will be regulations as it deals with tourists when they go to hotels. And I had no issue, and those that the committee can acknowledge that, I had no issue with the hotel and tourist legislation. The one issue I had was when a tourist comes and refuses to comply to take the test at the airport. The question was, what do we do then? And the Prime Minister is saying, you put them back on the flight. No problem with that, but my question was, if the flight is full, does he spend the night in quarantine at the airport or Radisson? That is all I was asking, Madam Speaker. So there seems to have been some misunderstanding by the Prime Minister. I have no issue with these other pieces of legislation. Yes, very emotional.
Because she can participate in the debate, just to say what the normal protocol is.
Madam Speaker, the normal protocol when somebody is refused leave to land, which happens every so often, if not every week at the airport, they're sent back immediately if that flight is still on the ground, or they're guarded at some facility. And if we have quarantine facility, they will be guarded there and returned on the very next flight the following day. It is the responsibility of the airline. They're aware, and that is well written into the SOPs.
You want to close the debate, please? You want to close the debate?
Madam Speaker, I rise to report
Oh.
that the Committee of the Whole...
No.
No.
No, honorable member, did you have anything else in terms of wrapping up the, just a quick wrap up? That's it then. Yeah. Okay. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourism Accommodations Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the minister to make regulations in the interest of public safety, public order, and public health if there is the threat or outbreak of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the minister to make regulations in the interest of public safety, public order, public health, if there is a threat or outbreak of infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to declare the whole or any part of Belize to be an area infected by or under the threat of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Participate again because
Certainly.
I
Go
think
ahead,
this
Prime
is
Minister.
just as important. Again, it follows the same template that the minister may make regulations under this act. We haven't seen the regulations yet. I promised the other side that as soon as they're available, we'll get them to them. But look at it, Madam Speaker. What are the regulations that the minister is empowered to make, supposed to do? Without prejudice to the generality. In other words, he can make regulations for anything under the sun having to do with health. But the regulations that he may make, that he is to make, will make provision for any of the following: the collection and transmission of epidemiological and sanitary information, the signals to be displayed by ships or aircraft, and so on, in the interest of preventing the threat or the spread of infectious disease, health and safety requirements upon entry into Belize at any port, requiring persons to submit to medical testing at any port upon entry, screening requirements prior to travel, mandatory quarantine of persons, Mr. Member for Caribbean Shores, mandatory quarantine. You don't want to comply with the requirements when you get there. You're going to mandatory quarantine if we can't put you right back on the plane until we can get you on a flight out. Designating places for mandatory quarantine, that sort of thing. Prescribing standards for the sanitization of ships, aircraft, and so on. Regulating the transportation of international tourists to make sure that they have to travel in a safe corridor. Requiring persons to subscribe to any digital technology, and we do have the app. You are right in saying that we're not getting all of the tracking bracelets immediately. There are some coming in time for August 15th, and then the balance will come thereafter. But I think I don't want to read every last section, Madam Speaker, but again, it is important from the point of view of letting the Belizean people know that we are doing everything to ensure that if we do reopen on August the 15th, we can do so in as safe a manner as possible. And I will say again, if we had to postpone that reopening, You're talking about bringing tourists from Europe. You won't even be able to bring tourists from America because the airlines are saying they can't deal with a situation where we can't give a date and stick to it. But it doesn't matter. I don't care when they will come back, how long they will say before they come back if we have to pull the plug. We will pull the plug if it appears that that reopening will absolutely compromise the health of people in Belize generally and particularly in Hamburg Whiskey.
Minister of Health, you want to close the debate?
Speaker, just something for our colleague from Caribbean Shores is that all these amendments that we are doing here is because we saw what happened in Jamaica and what happened in Barbados. So those are the histories that we are taking. And the amendment will be whatever other thing that we need to add on it this year. So thanks again, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, member of Caribbean Shores, you owe me my lens, you know. Say, you I get so that make my lens drop out and
BCVI, Prime Minister, go right ahead.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to declare the whole or any part of Belize to be an area inflicted by or under the threat of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to declare the whole or any part of Belize to be an area inflicted by or under the threat of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. Members of the gallery are asked to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Immigration Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the duties of immigrants entering Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the duties of immigrants entering Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 229.03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to promote the development of the legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce, to better facilitate electronic filing of documents with public bodies, and to promote efficient delivery by public bodies of services by means of reliable electronic records, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Electronic Transaction Act, Chapter 229.03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to promote the development of the legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce, to better facilitate electronic filing of documents with public bodies, and to promote efficient delivery by public bodies of services by means of reliable electronic records, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House had considered the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the minister to make regulations in the interest of public safety, public order, and public health if there is a threat or outbreak of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the minister to make regulations in the interest of public safety, public order, and public health if there is the threat or outbreak of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Quarantine Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to declare the whole or any part of Belize to be an area inflicted by or under the threat of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 41 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to declare the whole or any part of Belize to be an area inflicted by and under the threat of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honorable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. It is important that today that the PUP makes its position abundantly clear as to the redistricting exercise and holding the next general elections. On Friday, I was floored when I heard what the Prime Minister said on television about Andrew Marshallek. And I quote, he said, Andrew Marshallek, is he either the or one of the official liars of the People's United Party? The People's United Party wants the elections postponed. End of quote. Madam Speaker, we in the PUP believe that we should always follow the Constitution. And the Constitution of Belize states on section 91A and B that the electoral constituencies should be drawn in such a way that electors in the various constituencies should be nearly as equal. And from 2016 or 2015, we have been pointing out that that is not so. We have been pointing out this to the UDP government, as I said, from 2015, 2016. But they always felt that the voters list, as the way it was before the re-registration exercise, favored them. And so they refused to do anything about re-registration and redistricting. And they used it, you used it to your advantage, Mr. Prime Minister. Wait, I'm coming to that, sir. They used it to their advantage for the municipal elections and also for the referendum last year. Now, I know that the chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Mr. Doug Singh, the previous chairman, was talking about doing a redistricting exercise before the re-registration. And our point to him was that is Baka's word. We need to be able to do the redistricting first, find out where the voters are, and then based on that, then you do your re-registration first, and then you do your redistricting. That is what we felt that we had to do first. And they could have done it back then from early in 2016, but they refused to do it. As always, they never listened, the UDP. So that today, there is a lawsuit in the Supreme Court of Belize against the UDP government to hold a redistricting exercise as soon as possible.
You're not going to get into it, though?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, let me make the following points very clear, abundantly clear, so that there's no mistake in any man's mind. One, the People's United Party is not in favor of any postponement of the elections. In fact, we have been calling to hold the elections from last year. So why we are called Marshallek for the PUP liar? Sir, don't use this lawsuit. Don't use this lawsuit as an excuse to postpone the election just because your party they broke up. Because we got a lot of internal problems. We did not cause the leadership crisis within the UDP. That is why we are saying that you need to call the elections now. Make no mistake about that. Secondly, the PUP is not a part of that lawsuit or any lawsuit that is about any redistricting at this time. And while Mr. Andrew Marshallek is a PUP supporter, he is not representing the PUP in this lawsuit. And lastly, Madam Speaker, our position is that within the first year, the new PUP administration will have a redistricting exercise, and we will ensure that it's done fairly and with full consultations and transparency. Madam Speaker, let me put it again, once again, clearly and simply. Mr. Prime Minister, call elections now.
Madam Speaker, well, if the leader of the opposition had, in fact, as I'm sure he did, checked the entirety of the transcript of what I said, he would know that I made clear that we on this side are not going to postpone any elections. So you don't have to worry about that. As to the point that Mr. Marshallek does not represent the PUP in these proceedings, he represents Lord Ashcroft. Are they not the same as representing the PUP?
So when you allow form to represent Mr. Ashcroft, it means that they represent the UDP? That is same difference, sir.
Honorable member from Stann Creek.
Madam Speaker, a matter of national concern I want to address. Money issues are made available to representative through the Ministry of Education for education assistance. Stann Creek West is now by large the biggest constituency in the country of Belize. Over the last month, it reached 9,000 voters. I will not knock the Minister of Education because I want to give him thanks for what he has contributed to me over the years, but there is still no equity in the issue of assistance to elected members of this National Assembly. I have some figures in front of me that I would like to make mention to the nation and to yourself. For this year, the Ministry of Education got a warrant from the Ministry of Finance for a certain amount of money to assist representatives with education assistance. For those who are elected members of the UDP, they are getting $65,000 to assist with education. If I multiply it by 19, that is $1,235,000. For an unelected UDP standard bearers, I assume that there is 12. I know in the area of Mesopotamia and Port Layola, we have elected members, and we also have 2 standard bearers. I hope they are not getting any assistance likewise, because it will be almost more than everybody else. But the elected representatives are getting $65,000. The caretakers are getting $30,000. There is no provision for caretakers of the People's United Party. I mean, the standard bearers, there is no provision for the elected, for the standard bearers, for the People's United Party. Standard bearers, they're getting $30,000 and they are unelected. UDP, for us who serve as a member of this National Assembly, like any one of them, because when we go to the poll, the people decide, and when they decide, we should be equally and fairly being able to take care of like any other elected member. The time has changed. We are living in a new era. It is time for us to recognize
that each one of us are elected to serve this National Assembly. We are getting a mere $3,000 to assist. A mere $3,000. 30,000 an elected UDP standard bearer, which is totally uncalled for. I want my constituency to understand, because every time I hear they talk about I get 7,000 a month, but the Minister of Education can attest to that. My bill every single year at all the high school, I have 4 high schools, including the IT vet. It is always 40 to 50,000 a year. I do go to you, sir, and I respect you for that. And I ask you to give me a little more assistance, and you do. But nothing compared to what I owe. Okay? And so I want the nation to know we are not in a pandemic, and some constituencies are more favored than the others. So if you have, so the total money it will be issued out is 1,631,000. If we divide that by 31, every elected member of this National Assembly should be getting $52,612. And if you add what the standard bearers and the elected representatives of the PUP are getting together, it is a mere $33,000 compared to the elected members, which is 52,000. So we are still short of $27,000. There is no equity in the distribution of the people's money. Now, what I'm saying, okay, but we as members of the PUP is only getting $3,000. Madam Speaker, exactly. Combined, we are getting $36,000. 12 elected members of this National Assembly. Madam Speaker, that is unfair, that is unjust. Especially in this pandemic, when our people are crying out for assistance. But the people of this country will send you a strong message at the poll whenever you decide to call this election. Mr. Minister, I don't have to come back to you anymore, because you are either be the leader of the opposition on this side, or even if your party should ever win, you will not be the Minister of Finance. I mean the Minister of Education. And so, Madam Speaker, it hurts my heart when I see the figures, I have the figures, and I say this is totally outrageous and affecting every Belizean lives. With that said, Madam Speaker, I want to make it categorically clear that my people will not be happy of what I'm saying today, because they have been robbing of what is duly theirs. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I thank the
Minister.
I thank the member for raising the issue. And I want to say to him categorically that I don't know where he got those figures from. Madam Speaker, an allocation is made on an annual basis for school assistance, and I try my very best to ensure that all 31 constituencies receive assistance as a result of this program. No United Democratic Party standard bearer, for the record, is assigned any amount of money or can spend any amount of money. All that is available is at my discretion, even what goes to the members of the opposition party. Madam Speaker, it is a fact that all members on that side, even when whatever is assigned to them has been exhausted, or whenever that is exhausted, you will have him give me a chance, Madam Speaker? Because he's the one who loves
Honorable Member, I thought you didn't like that sort of thing, you know, Honorable Member. Continue, please.
And all of them, without fail, Madam Speaker, who have come to me to say that they require a little more help in particular areas, have received that. So I'm grateful that at least my friend from Stanquick West was honest in that regard, and others on that other side who want to be honest can do the same if it is they have the same concern. But Madam Speaker, he is right that there needs to be a more equitable distribution of resources, and that is why under my watch it is like that. I would have thought that he would have gotten up to say, thank you, Mr. Minister of Education, for ensuring that every child who completed primary school this year, despite COVID-19, received the $300 reduced to $200 subsidy money. Every single child in his constituency, and in fact in the entire district of Stanquick, in the entire district of Toledo. Don't you think that other districts might have the same concern? In Belize district, in the rural areas, in the municipal areas, in Cayo, in Benque Viejo, for instance, that is a town, and they have people who are needy. There are those who need to, but because we understand, Madam Speaker, that in some areas there is a greater need, that is exactly why Stanquick West is given that opportunity, not only today, Madam Speaker, but has been given that opportunity since 2009 for every single child to get the resources to move on to high school. In fact, right in his backyard right now in Santa Cruz, there is a primary school that requires school buildings. That Banana Belt area is getting assistance more than ever right now. Just opened a new school building, Madam Speaker, thanks to the U.S. government in San Isidro. We're building a new height right on the periphery of your division. Bella Vista is receiving a brand new high school that will help with his students. And these are government schools, Madam Speaker, that will see tuition and fees become free once that school is completed. The same thing is going to be done for Georgetown Technical. You want me to talk about Georgetown Technical and what your intentions were for Georgetown Technical when your party was in government? You don't want me to. Independence High School, again, Madam Speaker. These schools, we aim, if it were not for COVID, they would have been absolutely free because they're government schools. No fees. That is the intention of this government. So a massive amount of assistance in terms of infrastructure, in terms of school transportation, all the bus runs that run from all corners of your constituency to take the children to school will not be cut. They will still exist and they will be there, even with the shifts that are happening, Madam Speaker. So he's the last one who should talk about equity. If we were equal in terms of how we distribute resources, Stanquick West would get far less, Toledo West would get far less, Toledo East, Toledo West. If we were equitable, if we gave according to who is a representative only, rather than giving by the need that exists. Your constituency is large, I agree, and that is why we do what we do. That is why school transportation is at the level where it is in your constituency. That is why the infrastructure, as we are doling it out right now, is being given more to your constituency. That is why more schools are being built and access is being given and the subsidy is automatic and all of these things. And he knows fully well, Madam Speaker, that I am the most reasonable Minister of Education when it comes to when you have additional requests. So rather than quarrel with me, he should come and say, Minister, we want a little more, and I can promise him, Madam Speaker, that whenever there is a little more to be had, right now the COVID crunch has us on the tight wraps, but once there is more, I will be sure to extend more to my colleagues. I will close by making the contrast, Madam Speaker, as I often do in this Honorable House. When my friend from Freetown was the Minister of Education, in my entire 5 years as an opposition member, I received $5,000 over 5 years. One time, in fact, let me be completely honest, there were 2 times he gave me $5,000 annually. But the second time he never make the payment, so that when I become the minister, I had to pay the bills. So I don't consider that one they followed through on. But that was what was happening when my friend, the former member for Albert, Marcus Spott, was was a Minister of Economic Development. He once gave us a check from a source, some donor agency, Madam Speaker, of $1,500. So, worst case, if you were to add up what the people of Collet receive for education assistance under my 5 years in opposition, it is 5,000 1 year, 5,000 promised another year, and $1,500 from the then representative of Albert Marcus Pat, for a grand total, Madam Speaker, of $11,500 divided by 5 years if you want to see what they gave in 1 year. They are very fortunate, Madam Speaker, to be receiving, and in fact the policies of the Ministry of Education have been under my watch in such a way that people get assistance. None of the children who get assistance for CXC have to go to an area rep, have to come to the Ministry of Education. None of the children who get all that tuition assistance for sixth form has to go to the area representative or to the Ministry of Education or to the Minister of Education. Nobody asks them how their parents vote. All the teachers in Dangriga who get transported to your schools in Stanquick West travel on the government's bus every day. All of the, you are correct, and I'm telling you that I have been most judicious in terms of passing out those resources that the taxpayers give. Very much unlike any administration that you had. So I am telling you, I agree it's their money, it's not my money, I agree. But I am telling you that under your watch, and then I don't want to go back or talk to talk about hand. What do you think, where we used to run, where we run up the rocket pan, but I don't want to go back there right now. Madam Speaker, I stand committed and ready to work with my colleagues. They just have to give me a little. Some of them have already given me a little and we don't work out some things, but we can do this as I've always done.
Thank you. Honorable member from Kaya North East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on an issue of national importance, Madam Speaker, that of a failing and deteriorating health system. Madam Speaker, despite the fact that on March 19, 2015, the then CEO stood up at a press conference and announced that his government was getting a grant of $30 million from the European Union. And he then said that that was to be used to construct a new wing at the Belmopan Regional Health Hospital, and that some monies would have been used for refurbishing the infrastructure, the failing infrastructure of the northern and southern regional health hospitals. Today, Madam Speaker, we haven't seen that happen as yet. And then, Madam Speaker,
is your mic working?
And then on September 24, 2015, 6 weeks before the general elections, he again announced the same $30 million. This time it was specific, he said, to construct a brand new hospital for the Western Regional at Belmopan. Today, as I mentioned before, not a stone has been turned. Madam Speaker, as I speak now, the Benqueviejo Polyclinic is in a serious state of disrepair. Cracks, the building looks like it's going to fall apart. As a matter of fact, there have been several inspections and nothing has been done to repair this hospital. I am aware that this past week, the CEO of the Ministry of Health and some of his staff members went to visit this polyclinic and they saw the huge cracks. Madam Speaker, this hospital right now, this polyclinic, is a hazard, a health hazard, and a human hazard because of the condition of the infrastructure. Madam Speaker, we also know that the Ministry of Health has not promised or has not lived to its promise that they will improve the quality of medication that they provide at the hospital, and there is lacking many of the basic medicines that the hospitals are supposed to provide. In terms of laboratories, Madam Speaker, that is one area where we are failing miserably. Poor quality laboratories to do basic laboratory tests. Poor ambulance services. As a matter of fact, the San Ignacio Hospital every so often has the ambulance broken down, and when there is one operating, it is running up and down all day from San Ignacio to Belmopan, to a hospital in Belmopan that lacks the facilities. There are almost negligible services in terms of ultrasound machinery. Madam Speaker, when it comes to tomography and imaging machinery, there is none at all. We understand, Madam Speaker, we have very good doctors, very good nurses who have good intentions and they want to work, they dedicate themselves. But without the right equipment, they can do very little of the work that they are supposed to do. Madam Speaker, most of the work, especially laboratory work, in terms of tomography and imaging that has to be done, has to be taken to private laboratories. 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, in San Ignacio, there was a shooting out, and 5 persons were shot. 2 died, and 3 were seriously injured. 2 of the persons were transported to the Belmopan Regional Health Hospital. They needed immediate surgery, and they were placed in the hospital, but for them to be able to undergo the surgery, they needed an MRI, and they had to be taken out of the hospital to a private laboratory to do the imaging. This is ridiculous. These persons could have died before they even came back to get the surgery done. Madam Speaker, this government in 2012 and then 2015 came out with their putting people first, and the best is yet to come. But the people never came first. The best has not yet come. Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that hope is good, but bad hope is bad. Deliberately, for personal gain, raising false hopes in the catastrophically afflicted poor is despicable. Since 2012, Madam Speaker, the UDP came like snake oil salesmen promising a miracle around the corner, a phantasm. Not even with more than $12 billion in budget in the last 12 years. Of those, a little over $3 billion was allocated to the Ministry of Health, and we cannot see the improvement in our health system. Not even with $550 million from Petro-Carib funding, and not even with more than $650 million emanating from the petroleum industry, have they been able to improve our national health system. Madam Speaker, that miracle, that phantasm never arrived. Thank you.
Honorable Member from Orange Walk South. Oh, I didn't see you. Sorry. Just a minute, ma'am.
Hello, Madam Speaker, I just listened to our friend on the other side. I think they're trying to gain a political mileage here in this house. I have seen the Belize Times putting me over and over. I can take you around all the hospitals and show you what exactly we have. But then when he mentioned MRI in Belmopan and in Cayo, about those kinds of machines. Those machines are very expensive. Most of the time, it's only in private. KHMH had one. Those things you cannot expect to have in each region. In Belmopan, we have the ultrasound X-ray. In Cayo, we just hire a radiologist that we didn't have before. We have more doctors. But if you want a list of everything that we have done, I will give it to you. And definitely, Madam Speaker, our labs are being improved all over the country. The ultrasound areas have been improved. We have by ambulance. That doesn't mean the ambulance won't break down. These things happen day to day. And definitely, if you're telling me that your vehicle never breaks down, that means you have a miracle vehicle. And Madam Speaker, I can say that the Ministry of Health and the healthcare providers are giving an excellent service. And just last week, I had the press walk with me at the medical stores to show exactly what we have and how the system works in the Ministry of Health.
Honourable member from Orange Walk South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. It seems that it's very clear, it was very clear today at the debate, that COVID-19 has no political lines. It affects everybody. We're all vulnerable when it comes to COVID-19, PUP and UDP. That was very clear today in the debate. So we ought to work together, but not lip service, Madam Speaker. When you say we have to work together, then we have to listen to each other also and take advice. It matters not who gives the advice, if it's a POP or UDP. I was privileged to serve on the Agriculture COVID Response Committee, Madam Speaker. We prepared, apart from that, a team and I prepared proposals to submit to the through our co-chair at the time to the COVID Oversight Committee, but none of it was listened to and was thrown away, probably. Now we find out that there's a poultry shortage. It is what we put in place that has caused this shortage. We had asked the government to help the producers when helping those who are on the unemployment relief program, on the food assistance program.
Either speaking to the mic or I think you're going up and down.
Volume. Please raise the volume, young man. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, if we would have, and this is a learning experience, but we have to learn from our mistakes. We cannot repeat the same mistakes. If they would have listened to what we were proposing, to buy directly from the producers, we could have avoided this. Poultry in our country and beans is the cheapest source of protein in our country. So when people can't buy poultry, then they can't afford the other expensive meats, pork and beef. And what happened, Madam Speaker, because we were unable or we did not buy from producers directly, they ended up with large amounts of product in freezers and there's no freezer space. And if they couldn't sell, then they have no cash flow to buy feed to keep feeding the birds. And the same is for pork and beef. So I had a number of producers come to me and say, listen, if the government would only buy from me a certain amount, large amount of poultry, it would allow me free up freezer space and create cash flow for us. Now, they were unable to do that. So what happened? They had to start kill birds or to sell them at cheap rates before they got to the weight, to the market weight. And now what we have is a shortage of poultry. I am told it is temporary. What is good news, Madam Speaker, is that I understand that we, in the country, we consume, it is 4 million pounds of poultry a month. With all the COVID pandemic, we are at 3.6 million pounds consumption. It means that we're only 4.4 million pounds away from what we consumed before the COVID, which means that Belizeans are consuming more poultry, even though we don't have a tourist industry, which is good news. But again, we cannot put the farmers through this ordeal. It is not easy. This is not like a motor vehicle where you shut down the engine and then you crank it up a week after. It's not like that. It is very expensive to try to restart poultry production or swine production or beef production because there's a lot of capital investment that has to go into it. So it's best you keep it flowing as much as you can uninterrupted. The moment you cut that cycle, Madam Speaker, it is costly to the farmers, and we are putting them through another burden. So you have less, and now you have to crank up again, Madam Speaker. It is very expensive. It is, I think, and I spoke to Minister Martinez the other day, and he said something like this, that we need to give the producers the end. If you buy from the producers directly, you avoid all these middlemen, so you will have your money taking you a lot longer. Now, there's a lot of money that will be issued in for food and for other programs, I understand. Let us do it the right way, Madam Speaker. Consider our farmers, consider the poultry producers. You see, it's a cycle. And everybody out there has a refrigerator in their home. If you give out a chicken to everybody, you free up space and you create a cash flow. Not having money to feed the birds, Madam Speaker, is a disaster. You have to give them more cheap, $1 a pound, 50 cents a pound, but you're losing. And to begin again, it is very expensive. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the government today that if they will begin, the monies that were borrowed and the loan motions passed for the money that will come for food relief and other programs, Madam Speaker, let us make an effort so that the farmers can benefit directly from this money. We've helped some of the businessmen enough, man, the merchants. Let us focus right now on helping the farmer who is in dire need at this time, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member from Toledo East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Briefly, my concern today, Madam Speaker, deals with the opening of schools. And I don't know if the Minister of Education is aware of the setting in the Toledo district. I speak to my colleague here from Toledo West. We are living right along the Guatemalan center. If you start from the top, Jalapte, right, you go all the way down Aguacate, San Benito Poite, you go to Dolores, then you come all the way down to Barranco, where people communicate across that border all the time. And just a word of caution that I believe that the people who are responsible for the taking care of our kids in those schools. I have been getting reports up to this morning that
I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. Can we increase the volume or speak
It's
into
on.
the mic?
It's
Okay,
on.
just speak into the mic then.
teachers have been asking for basins, soap, detergent, in order that they could keep these kids properly clean when they go to school. You don't have any water systems in some of these villages. They all depend on the creeks and the rivers, and so just a word of caution that we need careful. This virus is very deadly. It's like the walking dead. Some of us might get it right there in this house. So we've got to be prepared. And when we are dealing with kids, they will play, they will talk to each other, they will touch one another, and all this has to be monitored, and all the teachers have to be aware of what is going on in regards to their kids day after day. Minister, we have also been getting reports about the condition of the road going to Corazon, going to Criquesarco, and once those school buses start to run and the Ministry of Works are not capable to keep up the conditions of those roads, we will have serious problems with children and teachers getting to school. So, you need to speak to your Minister of Works to make them aware of the conditions that we have in the Toledo district. And it has been a rainy, rainy month in July, and we don't know what to expect in August. So just a word of caution, we all have to be prepared for the worst. Let us not expect that this thing will just walk over or fly over. And like our colleague said over here, this is for both sides of this house. So every Belizean is at risk. Every Belizean is at risk. And I think we have to take this matter much more seriously with our children attending schools. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for raising this matter. I'm sure, well, if he didn't hear that The Prime Minister mentioned it a short while ago, but I have gone on the record multiple times to say that the Ministry of Education is very watchful of the situation as it relates to those border communities, San Vicente, Halacte, in the west of Toledo, I think is what the member brought to our attention, and I reiterate again, we are watching these communities to see exactly how we will move in terms of the opening of schools. Be assured that if we determine this in conjunction with the health authorities, that we will not hesitate to give more time in terms of the reopening of school in this area. Let me also console those who are feeling that there may well be a larger concern as it relates to those districts where we now have, at least thus far, unexplained cases. I think it is safe to say that is in Minister of Health, Corozal, Orange Walk, and certainly in San Pedro, that we are monitoring the situation here in those areas, and that if we see where there is the need, we will make decisions accordingly in terms of maybe not reopening school in these areas right away. But it is all dependent on what the further testing is going to show. But like the Prime Minister said in relation to the airport, it is the same with our schools. Our safety and the safety of our children and our teachers remain paramount, even though we are insistent on trying to get our children back to school. If we see that there is a need for that kind of closure, we will move swiftly to close. I will tell you as well, Honorable, that I have heard the concerns about the roads from our contractors primarily. This is something that happens every year, of course, and I ask for some form of understanding. It is difficult to get all of this fixed. In fact, even as I mentioned just now to my friend from Stanquick West, even to keep the contracts and the buses on the road in these areas is now very difficult to do given the crunch on the finances of the government, but we insist on keeping these runs intact, and where it is we can do something, especially in the areas that you mentioned around Corazon Creek in particular, further south of Punta Gorda town, we will be doing so in order to try to ensure that the children have a safe and comfortable ride. There is a larger request, of course, from people in the rural Toledo areas for, as we hear from our friend from Toledo West quite often, for farmer roads and all of that, but unfortunately, given the crunch we're under right now, things like that will not be possible, but we will certainly try to take a look at those roads that the school buses travel on.
Honorable Member from Toledo.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution, but very quickly, you don't have to go further, Minister of Education. Punta Gorda Tong is in the worst condition you can ever think about. Right in Punta Gorda, drive in Punta Gorda, and you're going to see the state of disrepair in which the streets are. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on a matter of public importance, and this has to do, Madam Speaker, with what farmers in the Toledo district, particularly in the border areas, Halacte, San Vicente, Pueblo Viejo, Santa Cruz, Santa Elena, and even communities like San Benito, Boite, Aguacate, Dolores, Otoshan, that zone where they're producing pepitos, and they're also producing cargamon. There is a concern from those farmers in the area that they want to ask, they are seeking for government's intervention, government's help in helping them to be able to find a market to sell those products. During my village meetings in those communities recently, that matter was brought to my attention that they are now in the harvesting season. So they're harvesting cargamon, they're harvesting pepitos, and traditionally, Madam Speaker, those products would be sold to Guatemala. But as we all know, the borders are closed right now, so there is no trade taking place. But yet the farmers, because of course they planted, and they planted in early March, April, you know, they were hoping that, you know, the border was going to be open and that they would be able to sell their products. and generate an income. Unfortunately, because of the COVID situation, they are now stuck with their product and they're seeking government's intervention, particularly the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Trade and Investment, to be able to support, find a way to be able to support our farmers, because at the end of the day, they have invested heavily. They expect to be able to generate a return, and they don't want their products to perish. So I really, on behalf of the farmers in my area and Toledo on a whole, I raised this matter in the National Assembly, Madam Speaker, with the hope that we would be able to get intervention from the government to be able to support our farmers to market their products. I also want to take the opportunity to say that I was very happy during my a recent visit to the Allspice farm in Golden Stream in the Toledo district, Golden Stream village. They have been producing black pepper for a very long time, and I was happy to note that they are actually talking about they have enough to be able to supply the local market, enough black pepper, and it's a very good product. The investor in the area is asking again that he would like some level of support from government in being able to ensure that he can market this product here in the country. I mean, apart from generating income, it also would go a long way in saving foreign exchange, in that we would not have to be importing black pepper, and also at the same time stimulating the local economy to continue to create employment opportunities for people. So in light of this, I want to make a special request to the relevant ministries to please look into this matter and to provide the necessary and adequate support, the relevant support to our farmers. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister, you want to close out? You want to close out?
No disrespect to you, I fell asleep during the move the adjournment.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.